Chapter 163, Cheap Land. Chapter 163, Cheap Land. Abitos, come and apologize. Everyone saw a fireball charge out from the room. They quickly jumped back in shock. With his mouth wide open, Abitos looked really frightening. A normal person would not dare to raise a giant lizard that was 2 meters long and over 50 kilograms heavy at home, let alone come too close to one. Of course, many people in America raised lizards. What breed is this? Why is its skin red? Leonardo asked curiously. It's called Abitos. It's new here, so I haven't had the chance to discipline it. It just went hunting alone and then killed this lady's pet dog. I'm really sorry. Miss, if you need compensation, we can discuss about it. Melson and Leonardo finally understood what was going on, but the girl still refused to give up. Since you have such a dangerous pet, you need to discipline it properly. What if it bit a human or a child instead? Yes, I'll be careful. I promise it won't happen again. Chen Zhao knew that he had to apologize since he was in the wrong. Abitos, apologize. Abitos lifted his head and looked at Chen Zhao. Then, he waved his tail and nodded at the girl. The girl stared at Abitos with some envy on her face. Then compensate me with this lizard. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. The girl was actually not embarrassed to ask. I don't think so. I can give you money as compensation, but not my pet. Such a civil conflict would normally not turn into a criminal case, so the police would not interfere. Of course, one of the parties may choose to appeal to court, but even so the judge would at most charge the wrong party with a fine. Chen Zhao was in the wrong because he did not look after his pet properly. Therefore, there would also be some light punishment for him, such as 10 or 20 hours of community service. Lend it to me for a month. Chen Zhao still shook his head. No. Then can I come and play with it? Chen, I hereby sentence you. In the next month, this beautiful lady must be able to play with your pet for an hour. Of course, it'll only be when you're around, Melson said with a serious voice. Thank you, Mr. Police. The girl hugged Melson's waist enthusiastically. Melson was very tall, so she could only reach his waist. Can I start playing with it now? Fine. Abitos, you need to now pay for your mistake. And you three, also come out. Beelzebub, Carrie and Raymond ran out. They stood before Chen Zhao in a row, all looking like they had just done something wrong. Wow! You've got so many pets. Why can't you just give me one? So stingy. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. Then, he looked at Melson and Leonardo. Why are you here? Chen, we've heard the recording of the conversation between you and Treed Pentom. We want to know where Treed is now. I don't know. Didn't you catch him there? Come on. He had a gun. I didn't dare to chase him. Chen Zhao had already thought of an excuse. Hope that he's still alive. Clearly, Melson was suspicious about whether Chen Zhao had secretly killed Treed. Isn't it better for him to be dead? Chen Zhao said, unconcerned. He's hidden his wealth, but the families of the victims of that winery fire have yet to receive their compensation. Do you still think it's good? Chen Zhao was stunned. He had indeed never thought about this. Nevertheless, it was already too late. Treed was already dead, and Chen Zhao was pretty sure that he was somewhere in hell at the moment. Of course, Chen Zhao had no idea where his soul was, or whether it was even complete. I can only hope that you can arrest him ASAP. Chen, can you guarantee that he's still alive? You suspect that I killed him. Or perhaps I pocketed his properties. That's not what I meant. I can promise you that I didn't kill him or detain him to ask him about his wealth. I didn't get myself involved for his money in the first place. Otherwise, I won't have given the recording to the police. I only want to help my friend to clear his name. Alright, Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that, Melson apologized. Apology accepted. If you have any clues, can you tell us please? Yes, I will. Then we'll leave now. See you. Melson turned around and left, while Leonardo hugged Chen Zhao. Chen, this is too much. Why didn't you call me for the operation? Am I not your friend? Leonardo had already found out that Chen Zhao, David, Sienna, and the rest were all involved, but he was excluded. Surely, he was somewhat disappointed. He felt that since David was a police and was willing to cooperate with Chen Zhao to catch the culprit, he could too. Moreover, he was in charge of this case in the first place. If Chen Zhao had found him instead, he could have provided more clues. Leonardo, I've indeed considered calling you, but I didn't know your position. I apologize for my doubt. Fine, I forgive you, but if something similar happens next time, remember to call me. Of course. And don't forget about my party tomorrow. I won't. Just then, a person walked into the courtyard. He scanned the few people in the yard and his eyes eventually locked onto Chen Zhao. Hi, are you Chen? You are. Do you not know me? I'm the mayor of Mountain Town. Name's Dion. Dion Sloat was bald and looked like he was just past 50 years old. To be honest, he looked more like a fighter than a mayor. He had a bad, extremely bad reputation in town. There were rumors which claimed that he had accepted bribes for himself and sold common properties of the town to private enterprises, such as the chemical factory. Mr. Dion, how can I help you? I heard that you want to purchase the 5 hectares of land near Mirror Lake. Is that true? That was indeed my plan, but I encountered a problem with my cash flow recently. I've already given up the thought. I can sell it to you at a lower price, Dion said. Lower price? How low? Chen Zhao was interested in the deal. Chen, you should know that something happened in town recently. A few families are in trouble because of that. It's probably the last thing I can do for them as the mayor, so I can't lower the price too much. 400,000 is my bottom line. Chen Zhao had no idea if Dion was acting or being sincere, but the fact that he had such a thought should only be good for the victims' families. Nonetheless, Chen Zhao really did not have so much money at the moment. Can I have a few days to think over it? Chapter 164, Azina. Chapter 164, Azina. Chen Zhao only worried about money when he'd first arrived in America. At that time, he didn't have any source of income. Holding $10,000 wasn't able to give him a sense of security. Later, Chen Zhao became an illegal doctor and no longer had to worry about money. He only had headaches because he couldn't make enough. Now, he was worried about money again. He really wanted to buy that land and he could do something good too. It was 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he couldn't produce all that money. He was renting his home now, after all. As a Chinese man, he had a longing for land. He always thought that he would only feel secure if he had his own house. No matter what happened, if the house was still there, everything would still be there. Should he bring all his demons to do something big? No, this wasn't realistic. He could only entertain it in his mind. Chen Zhao sat in the swing in his yard. Fali made the swing. Watching the girl play with Abitos, Beelzebub and the others, he called out, "Hey, we know each other now, but I don't know your name yet." Azina Lincoln. Where are your parents? Why are you asking? Azina suddenly grew cautious. Chen Zhao wondered if he'd asked a wrong question. Fine, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Who said I don't want to tell you? Then tell me. Why should I? She asked matter-of-factly. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. It's getting dark. You should go home. So what if it's dark? There's no one home anyway. Did her parents leave her here alone while they worked? But according to American laws, underage kids couldn't live alone. My dad is busy with work every day. I only said 2 sentences to him this month. What 2 sentences? Good morning, good night. What about your mom? She divorced my dad. She comes to see me once a month, but she already has her own family. Azina had matured early. Chen Zhao could no longer hear childish innocence from her words. Is that your girlfriend? Azina suddenly pointed at Fali who'd just come back. No, we're roommates. You don't like her. Or she doesn't like you. This has nothing to do with liking each other. If a woman is willing to live with a man not related to her, then it means that she has feelings for him. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Who taught you that? They have it in the books. Chen Zhao didn't think that Fali came to live with him because she had feelings for him. She'd come to live with Walter, not him. Hey, beauty. Fali came into the backyard. What's your name? Azina Lincoln. I live around the corner. Azina looked at Walter. That's a big dog. Does it bite? He's really nice. His name is Walter. Walter was friendly with everyone. He went over to lick Azina's face. Chen, how do you train all your pets? Azina asked curiously as she petted Walter's neck. Why are they all so smart? I feel like they can understand what I'm saying. Fali was used to all this. These weren't regular pets, especially the huge red lizard on the ground. According to Sienna and David, this was a real fire dragon. You two play. I'll go make dinner. Azina, do you want to stay for dinner? Can I? She looked at Chen Zhao with uncertainty. Of course. I'm honored to invite you to dinner with us. Azina was having fun. Walter and Abitos both let her ride them. Her past pets could never do this. They were also really obedient and would react to whatever she said. Just then, Bant and Mary came over from across the street with a huge pizza. Azina, you know Chin. Mary was surprised to find Azina here. Hi Bant, Mary. Azina greeted them but seemed a bit cold. Chen Zhao welcomed them in and hugged them both. Chen, I heard from Ken what happened when I was gone. I don't know how to thank you. Chen Zhao accepted the pizza. This is the best thanks for me. Oh, you should know Azina's father, right? If possible, can you tell him that she's playing in my house and come here to pick her up? You don't know who her father is. Should I know? Her father is Dion Sloat. What? Then shouldn't her last name be Sloat? Her full name is Azina Lincoln Sloat, Bant said. Lincoln is her mother's last name. Does she have a bad relationship with her father? Chen Zhao asked curiously. Because of her father, the kids bully her in school and don't want to be her friend. That's why she doesn't have many friends. Chen Zhao realized that the rumors in town had affected Azina. This was why she was so withdrawn. But it's good that she can play here. I was afraid that she'll really have a traumatic childhood because of this. Chen Zhao glanced at Azina. She was riding Walter, yelling excitedly, Walter, go, go, catch up to Abitos. Chen Zhao felt powerless too. He wasn't part of the neighborhood committee. He couldn't help with their family problems or neighborly relationships. He just felt that problems between adults shouldn't affect the kids. Kids might not understand this though. Adult problems often affected them. We should go. Okay, bye. Fali happened to announce that dinner was ready. Walter shot into the house with Azina on his back. Walter was really big now, but he was still growing. He had a shocking appetite. Chen Zhao had no clue how much he could grow. He felt that if Walter continued growing like this, he could try for some world record. Of course, this could only happen if he didn't somehow get mutated. If he ended up looking like the Bloody Hunter, Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to accept it. Chapter 165, Arrival of the Silly Twins. Chapter 165, Arrival of the Silly Twins. Just as Chen Zhao was having his meal, Dion Sloat showed up. However, he did not enter Chen Zhao's house. They stood outside the door and chatted. Chen, thank you for taking care of Azina for me. No problem. Actually, my pet accidentally killed her poodle. Dion was also momentarily stunned. Don't worry. The poodle wouldn't have been alive for too much longer anyway. What? Since she was young, she has never raised a pet for more than a month. For example, her first pet, a rabbit, was crushed by her on her bed. I need to prepare a new pet for her every month, or maybe every half a month. Sometimes, parents who did not have time to accompany their child would hope that pets could replace their role. If it's convenient, can you let her come here and play with your pets? Dion pleaded. Regardless of what kind of person he was or what he had done to the town, he was nothing more than a father at the moment. Of course. I welcome Azina here anytime. Chen Zhao and Dion continued to chat in the courtyard until Azina finished her dinner. Then, Dion brought Azina home. Azina was extremely reluctant to leave Chen Zhao's pets and finally bid them goodbye. Chen, he's the town's mayor, isn't he? Yup. Have you seen him before? Just once. I heard that his reputation here is pretty bad. I don't really care. Our interests don't conflict anyway. Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders, not bothered. As for whether being too close to Dion would affect his own reputation, Chen Zhao cared even less. Anyway, he did not need everyone to accept him. It would be good as long as his friends accepted him. For example, Bant and Mary would not unfriend him just because he was close to Dion. Chen Zhao did not care about how strangers would think. Fali, do you have money? Ha! How much do you need? How much do you have? 2,000, Fali answered. How long have you been working for? 3.5 years. Do you not have any savings? Why do I need to save? It was a very strange logic, at least to Chen Zhao. On the other hand, Fali thought that Chen Zhao was the weird one. Why would one save one's money instead of spending it? To wait for the USD to devalue. Many people in America preferred advanced consumption. To them, saving too much money in the bank was a foolish act. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, had the typical Chinese mindset. He would save as much money as possible to handle urgent and unforeseeable situations. Moreover, by how much could the USD devalue? It would not affect Chen Zhao too much unless the USD was to devalue to the Japanese yen. Is it urgent? I want to buy a piece of land and build a house of my own. Chen Zhao told Fali the truth. How much more do you need? I had enough at first, but now it's not enough again. I'm afraid I can't help you. $2,000 and a $100 fake black diamond pendant I bought from a flea market are all I have now. Actually, even the $2,000 were borrowed from the bank. Forget it. I'll think of another way. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped the two people on the sofa. Chen Zhao and Fali lifted their heads together. They saw a giant two-headed wolf staring at them from above. Ah! Fali screamed. Chen Zhao pulled Fali's arm and leaped forward. Humans. It's the human world. The two-headed wolf looked at Chen Zhao and Fali and then inspected its surrounding. Chen. Where did it come from? Chen Zhao's face was also filled with bewilderment. Just then, Beelzebub and the rest appeared. All of their faces were filled with anger. Beelzebub complained, "Human, you've just summoned another demon, a truly trash demon. Who are you?" Chen Zhao stood in front of Fali. Chen Zhao was certain that the two-headed wolf was a demon. Nonetheless, he was the first demon servant not to appear in the form of a small animal. Chen Zhao was also unsure if the demon could understand him just like Beelzebub and the rest. Me? Mammon Bishop. I'm a subordinate of the King of Greed. Human, why am I here? Greed, one of the 7 sins. Chen, I'm scared. Fali grabbed Chen Zhao's shirt tightly as she hid behind him. It's fine. He won't hurt you. Chen Zhao took a deep breath. Beelzebub, Raymond and Carrie had all been summoned by his desires. As a subordinate of the King of Greed, Mammon Bishop must have been summoned by his desire for money. Mammon, do you plan to keep talking to me like this? I'm your master, after all. Master. How dare a human claim to be my master? Mammon was clearly disrespectful. Then, he leaped forward. Suddenly, he split into 2 wolves, one black and one white. The white wolf jumped forward and turned around to face the black wolf, as if he was trying to stop the black wolf. White, are you stopping me from killing this human? Black, he is indeed your master. If you attack him, you'll be punished too. Master. I have no master. Feel his scent carefully, the white wolf said. The black wolf finally stopped being aggressive and began to inspect Chen Zhao. Ha! How did this happen? Why do I have a master? Why am I in the human world? Looks like you already know your identity and the situation. Chen Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best not to have a conflict. Chen. It's really fine now, Chen Zhao assured, patting Fali's shoulder. Did you summon them here? Yup. It was purely an accident. Even I was shocked. If you summon any strange things again in the future, can you tell me in advance? I said it's an accident. You sure they won't attack me? Go back to your room first. I'll tell them the rules. Alright. Call me when you're done. Fali escaped into her room, bringing Walter with her. Chen Zhao stared at the black wolf and the white wolf before him. They looked as if they were a single entity. Shouldn't you introduce yourselves? I'm White Mammon. He's my brother, Black Mammon. I represent wealth, while he represents price. Be straightforward. I don't understand what you mean. I can give wealth, while he can demand the price. Can you make money appear? No, White Mammon answered. Can you make me win the lottery? No. Then what can you do? I can guide you towards wealth. Of course, you need to pay a price too. What price? Chen Zhao took out a piece of demonic crystal. Is this okay? White Mammon immediately jumped in front of Chen Zhao. Black Mammon also swallowed his pride and stuck his tongue out, his face filled with greed. Chapter 166, Trashiest Demon Duo in History. Chapter 166, Trashiest Demon Duo in History. As expected, demonic crystals were the currency in hell. It could basically be used for all types of trades. How much money can I get with these demonic crystals? Chen Zhao cared more about the exchange rate. There's no set amount. What do you mean? I can help you discover ways to make a fortune around you. The more you put in, the bigger the possibility to get rich. Possibility. So it's not definite. Chen Zhao lost his temper. After all this time, you're just playing with me. Leave. Go back to hell. I don't need you to. No. White Mammon immediately bit Chen Zhao's clothes. We haven't succeeded yet. We haven't even tasted a demonic crystal before. Don't chase us away. What do you mean you haven't succeeded yet? White Mammon was already crying pitifully and wretchedly. Black Mammon was curled on the ground, not making a sound. We're from a rural village. As subordinates of Lord Mammon, we vowed to become the most successful demons, but our abilities are barely useful in hell. One or two would come to ask for the wealth that they want, but we've never succeeded. Other demons wanted to become the strongest demons, they wanted to become the most successful ones. Did you ask for compensation even if you failed? We want to, but most of the time, we can't defeat the demons that ask us for help. Poor kids. So, if they can beat you, they won't have to pay anything. White Mammon stopped speaking. It was clearly an unhappy memory. Then what's with your abilities? Since you're Mammon's subordinate, you should have some unique skills, right? I can smell chances to receive wealth within a certain range. Black Mammon can make the other lose wealth. So you can't give me money directly. Yes, but if you have other requests, we are more than happy to help you. Look at our strong bodies, sharp claws. We can help you rip apart your enemy's neck. You work part-time as fighters. You don't know how hard life in hell is for us. White Mammon started grieving again. Chen Zhao finally understood why Beelzebub had asked why he'd summoned such trashy demons. They really were trash. They were so big because their true forms had been summoned. Beelzebub and Raymond were also subordinates of the 7 deadly sins, but only their projections had been summoned. This was only a part of them, and yet they were still restricted by the laws of the human world. Black and White Mammon's true forms had been summoned because they were just too weak. The laws of the human world barely affected them. Other than the inferior demons Chen Zhao had summoned with his ritual implement, these two had shown perfectly just how weak they could be. And Chen Zhao had thought they were powerful in the beginning. He'd imagined that they were so powerful that they wouldn't be restricted by the laws of the human world. Then they turned out to be weaklings. However, they could scare people if they appeared before others. They also had a unique skill, the ability to combine into one. They could combine into one, and it was really impressive. But they wouldn't become much stronger, because after combining, it was like 1 + 1 is equal to 1. There were no improvements other than the fact that they had 2 heads and 2 mouths. The biggest difference was that their skin color would become black and white. They only needed 1 portion of food too, and both would be satisfied. This could save a lot of money. Oh, I smell wealth, White Mammon suddenly said. Chen Zhao was hopeless. Lying on the sofa, he said, "Don't tell me it's the money in my wallet. I can't smell wealth with an owner. Wealth without an owner." Chen Zhao immediately grew spirited. "Can you take me there?" "Master, you must pay something." "Take it." Chen Zhao tossed the demonic crystal in his hand to White Mammon. Black Mammon looked at it and immediately yelled, "Don't swallow it. Swallow it when we're combined." Beelzebub and the others looked at them in disgust. They were such country bumpkins that had never had demonic crystals before. After combining and swallowing the demonic crystal, the 2 demons separated happily. "I've never had such enjoyment before. I'm starting to think that having a master is nice. If only I can have a good rest now." Chen Zhao kicked both Black and White Mammon. "Get up. You want to sleep after getting paid? I almost forgot. I can sense that the wealth is very close." White Mammon led Chen Zhao out the door. Thank God it was night. Otherwise, people would be scared to death to see such a huge wolf. Turning the corner, White Mammon immediately called out, "Found it." "Where?" "Here." "This?" "This." Chen Zhao bent down and picked up a quarter. "Are you kidding?" "It's this one." "You must be kidding." "No, I'm serious." "You are definitely kidding," Chen Zhao said, clenching his fists. "Master, are you unhappy? Can't you tell?" Chen Zhao stared at White Mammon with a dark expression. "This isn't valuable." "You need at least 1 million of these to be valuable," Chen Zhao muttered darkly. 1 million. Do you know how much money I could make if I had kept that demonic crystal? How much? I'm sure you don't want to know. Let's change the topic. Master, are you angry right now? No. I have no change in mood other than the fact that I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Wolf meat. Master, I can find 1 million of these for you. Whatever, it's the thought that counts. If I want to depend on you two to get rich, I'd rather go dig a gold mine. Master, I smell wealth again. It's the middle of the night. I'm not lowly enough to look for coins on the ground. It's different. It has a thick smell, 100 times thicker than this one. Chen Zhao wasn't in the mood. He wasn't interested even if it was $100. Go get it yourself. I'm not going. Chapter 167, I would rather I didn't find the gold. Chapter 167, I would rather I didn't find the gold. Chen Zhao was preparing supper for his demon pets. He planned to go to sleep right after that. Black Mammon's mouth was stuffed with meat and his face was wet with tears. I'm already in love with the human world. I'm never ever going back to hell. This kid. How badly did he suffer in hell? Chen Zhao wondered. Leave some for your brother. Don't finish everything. Suddenly, a black figure jumped into the house. White Mammon's originally white hair was already stained with dirt and his body was also somewhat wet. Master, look at what I've found. Is this valuable? White Mammon opened his mouth and a glittering gold bar dropped out. Chen Zhao's expression froze. Gold. He picked the gold bar up and realized that it was pretty heavy. It was real gold for sure. It should be a standard 1 kilogram gold bar. Master, the place that I've found is filled with this stuff, but I could only carry one back. Immediately, Chen Zhao kicked Black Mammon's ass. Black Mammon looked pitifully at Chen Zhao. Master, did I do something wrong? Your brother's working hard outside, helping me to earn money, while you're just here enjoying free food. Follow me. White Mammon, lead the way. White Mammon led them to a lake. It was precisely the lake beside the piece of land that Chen Zhao had wanted to purchase. Did you find that here? Chen Zhao asked, somewhat surprised. That's right. White Mammon hurriedly ran around the lake and reached the waterfall. Then, he walked into the waterfall. Soon, White Mammon came out with another gold bar. No longer able to restrain himself, Chen Zhao also charged into the waterfall. In the cave behind the waterfall, he saw 2 boxes filled with gold bars. He sat on the ground and started counting. There were 400 gold bars in total. From the gold bars' crafting, it was evident that this was not a treasure from man years ago. Judging from the rust on the box, Chen Zhao deduced that these gold bars had been hidden here for at most a month. White Mammon, are you sure it's ownerless? Master, I can only smell ownerless wealth. If it has an owner, I wouldn't have even smelled it. Chen Zhao searched the boxes again and actually found many passports. They had different names and identities, but photos of the same person. After some examination, Chen Zhao confirmed that they were left here by Treat Pempton. Should I take them for myself? Chen Zhao began to hesitate. This was a huge wealth for him, but also the compensation for those victims. Chen Zhao felt painful. This was the first time he felt so painful. It was so much money. As long as he kept these gold bars, he did not have to do anything for the rest of his life. It was enough wealth to sustain him until his death. Fuck, it would be better if I didn't find them, Chen Zhao muttered to himself. Fali had been awake all this while. She had been hearing the sounds of things coming in and going out of the house, but she had no idea what was happening. After 2 hours, she heard something again. Unable to control herself further, Fali walked out of the house and realized that it was Chen Zhao. The silly twins were right behind him with 2 bags on their backs. Actually, Chen Zhao could have used the spatial ring, but he had asked the silly twins to carry the gold back instead because of his bad mood. Chen, you went out to steal things. Chen Zhao threw the bags on the floor. Clang! It was all gold. Fali was flabbergasted. You really went out to steal things? Fuck no. They were hidden by Treat Pempton. I found them. Which means you're rich. Why is your face so dark? I have to give them to the fire victims' families for treat. I would rather I didn't find them. Fali gasped, are you really willing? How much money is this altogether? I'm not. Chen Zhao could even feel his teeth hurt. But even if I sell these gold for money, I won't dare to spend it. I can't live my life spending money that doesn't belong to me. I feel so uncomfortable. I would feel bad too. How about you keep some of it? It'll make you feel better. Never mind. They don't belong to me. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhao made his decision. How do you plan to give them to the victims' families? I'll ask David to help. Chen Zhao called David. David, help me to check who the victims of the winery fire are, and also those who were injured because of that. I need all the information. That's right, the more detailed, the better. Immediately, David started checking the system in the police station. He easily obtained the relevant information. Although David was not in charge of Mountain Town, such information was shared among all the police stations in the country. Any police would be able to access the information. Chen, I'll send the information to your phone. Check it. Chen Zhao and Fali organized that information. 8 people died, 4 were severely injured, and 5 had minor injuries. There were 400 gold bars, each of which weighed 1 kilogram. Each bar cost around 36,500, so they totaled to about $14.6 million. In the end, Chen Zhao decided to give 35 gold bars to the family of each dead victim, 20 bars for each severely injured victim, and 8 bars for those with mild injuries. As for whether this distribution was reasonable, Chen Zhao could not guarantee either. Chen Zhao could only guarantee that he was going to give all the gold out. Under the quiet night sky, a girl who was 14 or 15 years old sat beside the window, staring at the starry sky. Suddenly, she saw 2 huge figures jump into the courtyard. She took a closer look. They were wolves. The girl screamed in horror, Mom, there's wolves. Wolves. The girl's mother quickly charged into her daughter's room. Abella, what happened? Mom, I saw 2 wolves in our courtyard. Really? The mother was somewhat suspicious. There were indeed traces of wolves in the forest surrounding Mountain Town, but they had never entered the town. Yes. I really saw them. 2 huge wolves, 1 black, 1 white. The mother carefully opened the curtains. There was no wolf outside. However, the mother saw 2 bags on the ground. A few seemingly metallic bars had fallen out from them. The mother walked out of the house. She checked the bars and almost got a heart attack. They were 2 bags of gold, real gold. Mom, there's a piece of paper here. The mother took the paper and read it. Immediately, she covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with disbelief. Here's the compensation for your husband's death. Please take it. Abella, did you see anyone? No. I really saw 2 wolves, 2 very big wolves, but they disappeared very quickly. The mother was still doubtful. Did 2 people dress up like wolves? Or perhaps she really did see 2 wolves. Or was it just the Almighty God? Just then, the mother's phone rang. She took out her phone and realized that it was her neighbor, Annalise. Wendy, are you in bed? Annalise asked. No, Annalise, what is it? Did you hear anything in your courtyard? Annalise asked indirectly. Did you also discover something in your yard? You discovered gold too. You too. Yes, I thought that it was a thief. Then, I vaguely saw a beast. When I came out with the gun, I found 40 gold bars on the ground. Chapter 168, The Correct Way to Kidnap a Billionaire. Chapter 168, The Correct Way to Kidnap a Billionaire. An uproar erupted in the town that night. Practically everyone knew that the victims of the fire and their relatives all received a large amount of gold at night. No one could explain who exactly gave it to them. 3 families insisted that a wolf god gave them the gold. They also claimed that the town had an ancient wolf god legend. Chen Zhao woke up in the morning. Last night had been very busy. In the morning, the town was busy as well. A news channel even came to interview them and many people brought out their gold as evidence. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chen Zhao. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao opened the door. Bant was holding a freshly made pizza. Chen, I knew you'd get up now. Thanks. I'm hungry. You got new family members? Bant peered in and saw the silly twins curled up in the hallway. Yeah, I found them on the street. Chen, thank you. You already said that yesterday. I don't want to hear you say it every day. No, yesterday was for yesterday. Today is for today. They're 2 things. I don't understand. Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. Bant hugged Chen Zhao and walked away. Ken was a victim of the fire, so Chen Zhao obviously included them. The 8 bars of gold indeed helped them with their crisis. Even though Bant had seen through him, Chen Zhao still decided to pretend like he didn't understand. Some things could be known but didn't have to be said out loud. Actually, Chen Zhao was still in pain. He'd given out more than millions of dollars, but he felt like he'd done the stupidest thing in his life. Just then, Azina came over again. She yelped when she saw the silly twins. Oh my god, you got new pets. Are they wolves? No, they're Alaskan Huskies, just a bit bigger. Chen Zhao poured a glass of milk. Did you eat breakfast? Do you want to try Mary's cooking? Sure. What are their names? Black Mammon, White Mammon, Chen Zhao said. The silly twins were huge. Even Walter was a bit smaller than them. Azina looked even tinier before them. However, girls loved these furry animals. The silly twins had pretty fur too. Are you going out? Not in the morning, Chen Zhao answered. Going out in the afternoon. Yesterday and the day before, Chen Zhao was extremely nervous over Philip Quinn's matter. When he woke up, he realized that his nerves were all gone. He was even a bit excited to do something big in the afternoon. This was probably the reverse reaction after his fear or nerves reached the max limit. Anyway, he was excited. Perhaps this was because he no longer feared life or death. The closer they got to noon, the more excited Chen Zhao grew. Chen, what are you doing in the afternoon? Azina looked at him quizzically. You've been jumpy all morning. You're not going to go rob someone, right? This is for adults. I might not come back tonight after going out. Help me take care of them. Can I bring them home? Sure, Chen Zhao said, nodding. After the job in the afternoon, he also had to attend Leonardo's birthday at night. There probably won't be anyone at home the entire day, so he could have Azina help take care of the demons. What do you want to eat for lunch? I can make it, Chen Zhao said. Barbecue. That won't show my cooking skills at all. What are you good at? Egg fried rice. This was probably Chen Zhao's first time going out without his toolkit after becoming an illegal doctor. To be honest, he felt weird leaving empty-handed. When he'd heard about Philip Quinn's disgusting history, especially Ethan and Caprice's daughter's inhumane experience, Chen Zhao had really wanted to smash that old man's head in. However, the consequences would be too severe, so Chen Zhao decided to attack after putting himself in a relatively safer position. It had to at least be a method that people couldn't get proof of. Fictional Street. A car crash caused a traffic jam on the entire street. By the time Chen Zhao got there, he couldn't go forward at all and could only go by foot. Just then, his phone rang. It was from Captain Lloyd Word. Mr. Chen, where are you right now? I'm at the entrance of Fictional Street. I think there's a car crash. I'm going to go look. No need, Lloyd said. We caused the traffic jam. Turn right and walk for 900 feet, then turn toward the Testa building and walk 600 feet. Sit in the open-air cafe and wait for my message. Chen Zhao went to the designated location. He ordered a cup of coffee and sat down. As soon as he did so, he saw a couple fighting. Sobbing, the girl ran into the street and was hit forcefully by a car. Chen Zhao froze. He was just about to get up and check when the man sitting at the same table grabbed his arm. Mr. Chen, this was arranged. Chen Zhao's face filled with shock. You're, Captain. The man didn't reply. He jutted his chin out. Chen Zhao followed in that direction and saw 3 identical black cars stopped on the road. A siren sounded, but the ambulance was stuck behind the 3 cars. The front of the road was jammed because the woman had been hit. The cars also couldn't reverse because the ambulance had arrived. Philip Quinn is in one of those 3 cars? Yes. How do I get close? As soon as Chen Zhao asked, the fire hydrant beside the road exploded. A beam of water sprayed out. The road started filling with water and was soon half covered. The men in the cars were forced to get out. Chen Zhao saw the old man in the middle car. He was brought out by bodyguards from the other 2 cars. Philip was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards in black. Each guard was huge and muscular and they circled Philip. Their destination was probably close by, so they decided to walk. But as soon as they walked out of the fire hydrant's range, traffic started flowing again. The men had to get back in their cars. The moment they sent their boss to the car, it accelerated without waiting for the other guards to get on. Chen Zhao had witnessed it all and he was utterly impressed. It had only been 1 minute from Philip and his guards getting out of the car to getting in again. But in that 1 minute, the driver had changed. Chapter 169, Be Spider-Man for Once. Chapter 169, Be Spider-Man for Once. The bodyguards quickly charged into the other 2 cars and started chasing their boss's car. Chen Zhao looked at the person beside him. Where do I go now? Wait here. Indeed, in less than 3 minutes, the car that carried Philip Quinn returned and it had already lost the bodyguards' cars. Chen Zhao could not help but admire the importance of professionalism. The kidnap looked just like a movie scene. All the routes and timings had been planned perfectly. I don't understand why you didn't do this on Fictional Street directly. The road on Fictional Street is wider. Even if we created an accident to block the road, it would soon be cleared. Also, there are cameras along that road which would capture everything, but no cameras on this road, the person beside Chen Zhao replied. Then why did you burst that fire hydrant? I can't figure out its purpose. To obstruct the driver's view. In order for our people to replace the driver, we would need to get close to the car. Philip's driver is a professional bodyguard too. If we went near the car under normal circumstances, we would have certainly drawn his attention. Therefore, we must block his view before we could appear before the car unnoticed and then replace him. The person beside Chen Zhao paused and patted his shoulder. You can enter the car now. Philip is in there. Chen Zhao boarded the car. In the car, there was an unconscious old man, but it was not Philip Quinn. Chen Zhao's expression changed. Why is he not Philip? The driver turned his head and asked in puzzlement, he's not Philip. No. Chen Zhao shook his head. It's a trap. He's a substitute. The driver's face also darkened. Let's go. He must have a tracker on his body. Don't stay in the car. The driver left the car with Chen Zhao and then glanced at him. I'm Captain Lloyd Word. In my plan, I didn't even think about whether there might be a substitute. Philip has no record of using a substitute before, so it's our mistake. According to our agreement, we only take half the price. Even if you want to continue with this mission, we will still only charge you half the original price. No need. Chen Zhao shook his head, feeling rather stressed. I'll transfer you the money. We won't owe each other anything. Captain Lloyd Word glanced at Chen Zhao, looking as if he wanted to say something. In the end, however, he still remained silent. Chen Zhao turned around and walked away. He could feel a fire burning intensely in his body. Just then, Lloyd caught up with him again. Do you plan to act alone? You won't succeed. Gaia has told me that you're a very strong individual, but Philip's bodyguards are professional too. This time, it was a secret plot, but now, he will definitely be more alert. If you act harshly, I'm afraid you'll almost surely face a terrible death. Can I ask you something? What? Can you get CL Building security information? You want to intrude into CL Building directly. If you can give me the security information, I'll appreciate it a lot. At least I'll feel that I didn't waste my money. I've studied CL Building before. Philip owns the top 3 floors. He lives on the 129th floor, his bodyguards live on the 130th floor, while the 128th floor is their activity area. It's completely impossible to sneak into his level from the main gate. You need an access card to enter CL Building in the first place. If you attempt to take the elevator to the 128th floor, there will be manual identification. Once they mark you as an intruder, the 129th floor will be entirely sealed off. What if I enter from the sky? You mean helicopter or parachuting? That's basically impossible as well. Although there's a helipad on the rooftop, there's also 24-hour security. So it's almost impossible to intrude into CL Building. The reality isn't a movie. The various miracles in movies are nearly impossible to achieve in reality, Lloyd said. CL Building has a perfect security system. You won't be able to enter it successfully unless you destroy the building with strong firepower or you find Spider-Man and ask him to climb up the outer walls. Climb up the outer walls. Don't even think about it. CL Building has 130 floors. Nobody can climb 129 floors. What tools do I need to climb CL Building? Chen Zhao asked. Are you mad? I said it's impossible. Nobody can be that strong. Do you have the tools? Are you serious? Lloyd gazed at Chen Zhao. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Chen Zhao said with a straight face. Do you have rock climbing experience? No. How about building climbing experience? No. Lloyd felt that Chen Zhao was merely looking for a way to kill himself. Lloyd stared at Chen Zhao. Is your hatred towards Philip really so intense? I need to make up for my mistake. What did you do wrong? I gave him health. It's time for me to take it back. As a mercenary, Lloyd obviously knew about Philip's various crimes. After some silence, Lloyd offered, I can give you a set of Spider-Man gear, and also provide you with some help as an individual. 8 p.m. at night. Lloyd sat in an official car, looking at CL building with an infrared telescope. Then, he took out his walkie-talkie. Try the 4 suction cups now and see if they're working. Yes. Everything's normal. I can't see you yet. Try to climb 20 meters up, Lloyd instructed. Very soon, Chen Zhao climbed 20 meters up the south wall of CL building with the help of the suction cups. Wearing a tight Spider-Man outfit, he was literally cosplaying Spider-Man. To be honest, when Chen Zhao looked down from 20 meters high, he already felt pretty dizzy. Climbing up the outer wall was scarier than he had imagined. Just then, he heard Lloyd from his headset, How do you feel? You can still give up now. I'll continue, Chen Zhao said, trying to control his fear. Then from now on, I'll try to speak with you as little as possible. You won't have to spend too much energy talking. No, continue to speak with me. It can distract me from my fear, Chen Zhao said. Are you sure? Yes, Chen Zhao confirmed. Tell me what happened between you and Philip. Actually, I've only met him once. Lloyd quietly listened to Chen Zhao's story. To be honest, he had the same feeling as Chen Zhao. This kind of scumbag should have died in jail. From a moral perspective, Chen Zhao was not wrong when he healed Philip. Therefore, Lloyd could also understand why Chen Zhao wanted to kill Philip so badly. Tell me your current position. My indicator shows I'm 135 meters above the ground. Do you think you can still continue? Yes. I'm actually no longer afraid of heights now. Can you tell me your breathing rate? 38 times per minute. Chapter 170, Crazy Fitness. Chapter 170, Crazy Fitness. Half an hour later, Chen Zhao already reached the 80th floor. Lloyd Word was surprised. Even climbing stairs inside shouldn't be so fast, but Chen Zhao had reached the 80th floor in half an hour. Lloyd might be able to get there, but he'd need to rest and take at least 3 hours. This guy's body was crazy. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello, Chen. Where are you? Chen Zhao could tell it was Fali's voice. I'm busy. You're still working. We said we're going to Leonardo's birthday party together. Sienna, David and Chris are with me already. You're the only one missing. Soon. I'll get over there soon. You sound out of breath. Don't tell me you're night jogging again. No, I really am working. Okay, hurry up. Oh, can you help me buy a gift? What do you have in mind? Can you help me buy Leonardo a watch? What kind? Within $1,000. Lloyd was listening to Chen Zhao and Fali's conversation too. He was a bit speechless. This guy wasn't the normal kind of fit. How could he have the energy to discuss a friend's birthday party when he was so high in the air? His mouth never stopped the entire time too. Talking while doing such tiring labor would use up much more energy. After Chen Zhao hung up, Lloyd said, Chen, you still have 20 levels before 129. You can hurry up if you still have the energy. Chen Zhao pulled off the suction cup of his left hand and started speeding up. The main part of the Spider-Man gear were the suction cups. The man-made fiber cups were very resilient and had many tiny holes. The holes would balance the air pressure within 5 seconds if the suction cups were placed on a smooth and flat surface. This reduced the suction of the cups, meaning he had to keep climbing and couldn't rest. Lloyd looked through the binoculars. Chen Zhao had obviously sped up. This guy was practically a monster. How did he train? Maybe Lloyd had to ask him for some tips. Chen Zhao suddenly had motivation, a lot of motivation. Boundless energy seemed to flow out of him. Thinking that he could soon see Philip and make him pay, Chen Zhao grew very excited. Chen, you're there. Use the main suction cup to stabilize yourself, Lloyd said. Use the iron pen to break the glass. Chen Zhao drew a circle on the glass and then smacked it. The entire piece of tempered glass flew in. Chen Zhao was finally able to go in. He put on the night vision glasses and turned off the walkie-talkie. He had to admit that Philip Quinn's wealth allowed his life to be unimaginably opulent. The entire 129th floor was his. Chen Zhao looked at Philip, who was lying on the large bed. He was sure that this was Philip. He was deep asleep now. Chen Zhao pounced directly onto him. Philip woke up with a start, but he quickly realized that his mouth was covered. Under the faint light from the window, he could vaguely make out a figure in a Spider-Man costume. Have you seen hell before? Chen Zhao's voice had changed due to the headpiece. A heavy bell suddenly rang out in Philip's mind. It was the death toll from hell. He realized that lava started flowing around him. The dark horizon was like the end of the world. Looking at the terrified Philip, Chen Zhao finally smiled happily. After using Hell Knell, he also gave Philip the spiritual sting. These two spells together resulted in double the psychological torture. Chen Zhao wasn't satisfied though. Merely psychological torture couldn't satisfy him. He took out a bottle of potion called Blood of Decay. He prepared this just for Philip. After pouring the Blood of Decay into Philip's mouth, Chen Zhao knocked him out. Lloyd had said that after successfully infiltrating the room, Philip couldn't make a single sound or movement. They didn't know if there were any alarms in the room or bed. Chen Zhao returned to the hole in the glass and jumped out. The moment he started falling, he opened his parachute. It was his first time parachuting, and it was from a low altitude too. Low-altitude parachuting was more dangerous than from a high altitude. It could be fatal for a newbie like Chen Zhao, but it was the only way to escape. It wasn't like he could climb back down. The parachute slowly dropped to the designated location. Lloyd was there waiting. Did you succeed? Yes. Chen Zhao ripped off his mask and panted heavily. Did you kill him? No, but I can make it more painful than death. An excited and cruel smile appeared on Chen Zhao's face. I didn't think such a bizarre plan would be so successful. Can you give me a ride? Of course. To where? The car stopped at Leonardo's entrance. Chen Zhao and Lloyd hugged. Captain, thank you. If you need help, please contact me. No problem. I have a daughter too, so I think what you did was right. Goodbye. Bye. Lloyd drove the car away, but Chen Zhao stayed at the door. He put on the Spider-Man costume again while calling Fali. Fali, are you still at Leonardo's house? Yeah. He asked why you're not here. I'm outside. Where's the gift you helped me buy? It's on me. Take it to the bathroom. Chen Zhao snuck into Leonardo's house. After infiltrating CL building, he felt like this was a piece of cake. When Fali saw a Spider-Man climb into the bathroom window, she almost freaked out. Shoo, It's me. Chen. It's me. You're late because of this outfit? No, I had an emergency patient. I had to do some special treatment. Fine. How do you want to make your entrance? Just then, the bathroom door opened. Leonardo stood in the doorway, staring at Fali and Spider-Man in shock. Did I come at the wrong time? Leonardo gaped. Leonardo, you ruined my grand entrance, you know. Chapter 171, Birthday Party and Rufford's Comeback Race. Chapter 171, Birthday Party and Rufford's Comeback Race. Leonardo had initially been somewhat disappointed by Chen Zhao's absence, but he did not expect Chen Zhao to have actually put in so much effort just to surprise him at his birthday party. Immediately, he felt rather touched. Leonardo, this is for you. Chen Zhao passed Leonardo a gift box. Thank you, Chen. You look really handsome in this outfit. Well, I take it as a white lie. I'm serious. You indeed look great. The three returned to the living room. Sienna, Chris and David were all already there. With colored ribbons everywhere, the living room was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Chen, here you are. Why are you in a Spider-Man costume? Chen, you're late. Finish this bottle first. David threw Chen Zhao a bottle of beer. Isn't it boring to just drink like this? Let's have some programs. Me. Fali was not shy at all. Find me a pole. Are you going to pole dance? I learned it before, Fali said, but it'll be my first time dancing outside class. In fact, contrary to popular belief, pole dance was not just an erotic dance. There were even international competitions in professional pole dancing, including both male and female divisions. Moreover, pole dancing was actually a good way to maintain one's shape. Leonardo found a pole and also held the pole vertical. Fali danced around Leonardo, performing teasing actions every now and then. It was almost like a welfare Fali gave to the birthday boy. After the dance, everyone's mood was heightened further. Fali, during my next birthday, dance for me too. David laughed. Me too. Me too. Chen Zhao echoed. At the birthday party, the group sang and jumped around. Leonardo, my friend has a track and field competition later at LA Memorial Coliseum. I've asked him to give me a few tickets. How about we go and watch his competition together, and then go to a bar and drink all night? Chen Zhao suggested. Sure. Now? Of course. His competition is in an hour's time. We can still make it in time. Chen Zhao had already asked Board to wait outside the stadium with the tickets. Therefore, when they arrived at the stadium, they received their tickets straight away. Chen, which one is your friend? Rufford. Have you heard of him before? No, but henceforth I shall be his loyal fan. The competition was a star invitational and there were many famous athletes from all over the world. The atmosphere in the stadium was very lively. Americans surely loved track and field, and America was also very strong in the sport. America's track and field had always been the best in the world. There was such a saying, Bolt dominated sprinting, while Americans dominated track and field. This was certainly not an exaggeration, because America's track and field results had indeed been way ahead of the other countries. 100-meter sprint had always been a major and also the most popular part of track and field. Thus, when the sprinters entered the field, the audience was lit with enthusiasm. Then, the host started to announce each athlete's name. Whenever an athlete's name was called, the applause and cheers from the audience would reflect his popularity and reputation. When Rufford's name was announced, however, almost nothing could be heard from the audience. Not a lot of people knew him at all. David, let's cheer for him. Together. David stood up and took out a plastic loudspeaker. The group stood in a row and shouted together, Rufford, all the best. Rufford's originally calm mood was enlivened at once. He saw Chen Zhao and the people beside him. Their cheer was very abrupt, but it ignited all the blood in his body. The referee signaled all the participants to get ready. Rufford placed his right foot on the start line and got into position. Following the gunshot, the 8 sprinters flew across the track like 8 rainbows. A deafening silence erupted among the audience as everyone stared firmly at the sprinters. In just 10 seconds, the competition was over. The audience was stirred up again. A number appeared on the screen. Downwind, 1. 1 meter per second 9. 69. Who is it? Who achieved this result? A name appeared on the screen, Rufford Kieran. All the audience were bubbling with excitement. It was so far the best result to be achieved in international competitions that year. While it did not break the world record, it was still an amazing achievement. With this result, the sprinter would very likely win the championship even in Diamond League or Golden League. Moreover, this result entered the top 3 among all the 100-meter sprint records in America. Of course, it was still significantly slower than the world record of 9.58 seconds. To sprinters, 1/10 of a second was already a very huge difference, hence the saying, Bolt-dominated sprinting. He was much better than all the other sprinters. Rufford ran along the side of the track in excitement. He had actually won this Star Invitational and achieved such a fantastic result. In addition, he also became the 3rd 100m sprinter to achieve a timing of 9.7 seconds. He was destined to be the spotlight of the night. At the moment, all the media teams in the stadium were crowding around and interviewing him. I need to thank one person. He's my personal doctor. When everyone gave up on me, when the club gave up on me, he gave me hope. He gave me courage and confidence. When I was totally broke, he helped me. I also need to thank my coach, Mr. Board. Chen Zhao and his friends only managed to meet Rufford half an hour after the prize-giving ceremony. Board was beside Rufford too. When Rufford saw Chen Zhao, he immediately gave Chen Zhao a warm hug. Rufford had yet to fully calm down from his victory. Chen Zhao introduced his friends to him one by one. Rufford, do you still have any competitions in the next few days? I have 2 national competitions. Then I won't ask you to come and drink with us. Take care of your body. Have fun. Rufford also wanted to go and play with Chen Zhao, but as an athlete, he knew that keeping sober and healthy was the wiser choice. Furthermore, if he chose to go out and play, he would inevitably eat food that was unhealthy or even contained hormones. Usually, an athlete would be banned from eating outside food half a month before a competition. After bidding Rufford goodbye, Chen Zhao and his friend started their plan to drink through the night. Does anyone know where's the nearest bar? Me. I'll lead the way, David offered. Chen Zhao had never been so relaxed before. Finishing Philip Quinn and then partying with his friends made him feel better than ever. Chapter 172, Playing to the Police Station. Chapter 172, Playing to the Police Station. Leonardo, you keep staring at that pretty blonde. She your type? Leonardo was a bit shy. She's pretty. Then go and get her number. I don't know her. How can I get her number? Then you'll have to ask Chin, Chris said. He asked for my number the first time we met. Leonardo, if you can get her number, I'll pay tonight, Chen Zhao said. But. Go, don't be scared. Everyone was tipsy now. Encouraged by them all, Leonardo gathered his courage and walked toward the pretty blonde. Miss, can I have your number? The girl glanced at Leonardo, rolled her eyes, and turned around. Leonardo came back, head hanging low. Chris looked at Chen Zhao. You go. Chen Zhao stood up and walked to the blonde. Can I sit here? She glanced at Chen Zhao and nodded. Are you alone or waiting for friends? Alone, the blonde replied. After alcohol enters your body, it'll mix into your blood. If you talk to someone, you'll take in more oxygen. This can reduce the effect of the alcohol and speed up metabolism. That's why you should never drink by yourself. It's lonely, so I'll buy you this one. The blonde tried the drink and scooted closer to Chen Zhao. Her red lips carried an intoxicating fragrance. You know what makes the drunkenness go away even faster? Intense exercise and sweating. Sweat can expel alcohol too. This is my hotel room number and my phone number. If you need to get sober, you can come find me tonight. Chen Zhao returned to the group with a triumphant smile. Chen, you're too awesome. How did you do that? It's a skill. Let's play cards, Sienna said. Yeah, let's play. 10 rounds later, Chen Zhao and Sienna practically never lost. Sienna, can you make that guy behind you stop walking around? Chen Zhao called out. Your cheating is so obvious. There's someone behind Sienna. Leonardo asked, confused. Chris, David, and Fali all knew what Chen Zhao meant. They just didn't explain it. Don't say you didn't cheat. It's only cheating if you get caught. Otherwise, it's a skill. You're all so powerful. Can you not trick us normal people? They were kind of drunk now. Just then, a big guy with a beard, leather jacket, and bandana walked over to Fali. Miss, can I have this dance? Sorry, I have a partner. Fali held onto Chen Zhao's arm. That Asian. The big guy looked down drunkenly at Chen Zhao. Go away. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Chen Zhao stood up, swaying. Boom. The big guy punched straight at Chen Zhao's face, sending him to the ground. But then he picked himself up again. Like an angry bull, Chen Zhao headbutted the big guy's chest, pushing him to the center of the dance floor. Chen Zhao pressed him down and started raining down blows. An hour later, Chen Zhao sat in the police station with a bruised face. David, Leonardo, Fali, Chris, and Sienna all sat beside him. They were much more sober now. 4 big guys sat across from them with similar bruised faces. The bar owner had called the cops on them for public fighting. Reality proved that one's skills and street fighting weren't really related. In a chaotic fight like this, it was just a punch from you and a kick from me. The 4 across from them weren't easy targets. They were all from a biker gang and practically 10 feet tall. They were very muscular and probably twice as big as Chen Zhao. Fighting was an everyday thing for them. Compared to Chen Zhao's group of 6 rookies, it was much easier for them. They didn't have an advantage in this fight though. Chen Zhao and David were like human dragons. They could take on 2 each with no problem. In the fight, both sides were hurt, but the 4 bikers had more serious injuries. Leonardo broke his left arm and had a cast now. 2 of the bikers also had casts. Hey, you're all pretty strong, the big bearded guy said. He was the cause of this conflict. He was the one who'd started fighting with Chen Zhao, but he didn't get angry at Chen Zhao's group because of this. Fighting was like eating to bikers. They moved on after each fight ended. They wouldn't hold grudges just because they'd fought. You're not bad either. Melson walked over. Sign this and you can leave. The 2 didn't plan on suing the other, so there was no need to go to court. After the bikers left, Leonardo cowered a little when faced with Melson. Chen, I didn't think that you'd know how to fight. You finally got some blackmail material on me. Chen Zhao touched the bruise on his cheek. It was still hurting. Oh, right. Chen, I heard that the fire victims in Mountain Village all got a mysterious gift. Do you know about this? It's not a secret. Of course I know. It doesn't have anything to do with you, right? If it's me, I'd definitely keep the gold, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. I wouldn't do all that. Fine. Melson didn't plan on continuing to ask. He turned to Leonardo. Today's your birthday, so I won't yell at you. Hand a report to my office tomorrow. The farce was finally over. They all walked out of the police station. However, they were all happy tonight. Even though they'd ended up at the cops, it was still an interesting experience. Thank you for giving me a beautiful birthday party. Leonardo hugged everyone. As long as you don't think we ruined your birthday. No way, Leonardo said genuinely. This is the happiest night of my life. Even better than when you lost your virginity? David asked. Leonardo was speechless. This was a very meaningful night to him. It was also a meaningful night for Chen Zhao. Everyone was tired after the eventful night though, so they all went back home. Chapter 173, I Smell Wealth. Chapter 173, I Smell Wealth. The next day, Chen Zhao actually woke up before Fali. Fali was too exhausted from the previous night. While Chen Zhao was tired too, he rested very well precisely because he was relaxed. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was awakened by the doorbell. Azina and Dion were outside the door. Behind them were Beelzebub, Carrie, Abitos, and the silly twins. Raymond had wrapped himself around Beelzebub's neck. Lastly, Walter was still at the coastal rescue team. Robio would look after him. Because Fali had perhaps encountered a supernatural event the day before the last day, Chen Zhao had decided to let Walter accompany her. Also, because of Leonardo's birthday party the last day, they did not bring Walter back. Chen, here are your pets. Thanks. Did they cause you any trouble yesterday? To be honest, I was indeed shocked when Azina brought them back yesterday, but soon I discovered that they are much smarter than I thought. Even Raymond surprised me. Chen, are you an animal trainer? Ha! I'm a doctor. Dad, can I invite them to our home again next time? Of course, but you have to ask Chen first. Chen, can I? Azina asked, looking at Chen Zhao. Sure. Dad, I want to stay here and play with them. Remember to come back for lunch. Among Chen Zhao's demon servants, the silly twins should be the most obedient ones. Their lives had been difficult since young. One day, suddenly, they could eat all the meat they wanted. They could even occasionally get demonic crystals for dessert. It was thus not hard to imagine how happy and docile they were. At the start, Chen Zhao had really thought that they were two irritable and proud demons. After just one test, they had completely exposed their true nature. They had long thrown away their pride as demons. Just like how a classic saying goes, they would submit to whoever that fed them. They would befriend anyone who gave them food. Although their appearances were indeed wolves, they were more like two huskies, except that they were larger and had bigger appetites. According to them, they had never had a satisfying meal in hell before. Now that they had Chen Zhao as their master, they had to make up for the food that they had missed. When Chen Zhao heard that, his face was filled with mere contempt. As subordinates of one of the 7 great demon kings, their situation was really embarrassing. Look at the subordinate of Raymond Stees, the king of lust, or Beelzebub, a subordinate of the king of gluttony. While they might not be that powerful, they at least had their own territories. Their ranks were not high, but they still had their own homes and jobs. In comparison, the silly twins were just two tramps. Azina played until noon and left. Chen Zhao only called Fali up for lunch. Fali, are you going to work today? Yup. I didn't tell Robio that I would be absent in the morning. Fali would never pretend to be a gentlewoman in front of Chen Zhao. She had a drink as she stuffed her mouth with food. Because she had to go to the coastal rescue team in the afternoon, she could not drink alcohol. If this was dinner instead, Fali would certainly be holding a can of beer. Why don't you go to Angel Beach with me? You can play there and we can come back together at night. Sure. Chen Zhao also wanted to relax for a few days, so he did not reject Fali's invitation. Can they go too? Chen Zhao was worried for none of his pets but Abitos. The other demons were either dogs or dog-like. On the other hand, Abitos was a giant lizard. About as big as an adult Komodo dragon, he looked really frightening. Fali was already used to it, so she would not feel scared. However, if Abitos was brought to the beach, he could probably shock the tourists out of their wits. Of course. We can leave Abitos to sunbathe at the HQ, Fali said, throwing Abitos a piece of meat meanwhile. The entire family barely managed to fit into Fali's small car. Chen Zhao sat on the front passenger seat. On the rear seats, the silly twins already occupied the majority of the space available. There were still the similarly big Abitos, Beelzebub, Carrie, and Raymond. It was the first time the silly twins came out to play, so they looked particularly excited. They lied down near the windows, appreciating the scenery outside. When they arrived at the beach, the silly twins eagerly jumped out of the car. Their shoulder heights were already taller than Chen Zhao's waist. Indeed, they were two out-and-out huge wolves. Nevertheless, most people could not differentiate between huskies, Alaskan Malamutes and wolves. Hence, none of the tourists thought that they were actual wolves. On the other hand, nobody dared to go near Abitos who was lying on the ground. When Fali and Chen Zhao walked into the HQ of the coastal rescue team, they still managed to shock Robio. What the fuck? Chen, is your home a zoo? Are these your pets? Robio walked up and inspected the silly twins. Are they wolves? Ha! You can tell. I worked in a zoo for 3 years before, Robio said. Are you sure they won't hurt the tourists here? Black Ma, White Ma, roll on the ground. Dessert for tonight. At the moment, the two of them had long thrown away their pride as demons. They were thrilled by the word dessert. Robio looked at the silly twins in surprise. They're really smart. Ha! A lizard. What a special color. Is it a mutant? Give it a place to sunbathe, and I'll bring my other pets to play outside. Oh yeah, where's Walter? He's already patrolling on the beach. Chen, how did you train your pets? Walter now knows how to save a person without anyone's guidance. Our rescue team recently purchased 2 more dogs. Can you train them for me? Don't even think about it. I'm busy enough. You're busy and yet you're here to play. We've known each other for so long, and this is my first time here. Doesn't that show how busy I am? Do you want me to give up my rare free time and train the dogs for you? Chen Zhao changed to his swim trunks and then went out to enjoy himself. The other pets had also left, but the silly twins still stayed beside Chen Zhao. To be honest, the silly twins were attracting too much attention. After all, they were really too big. Many kids walked up to either touch or hug them. Master, I smell wealth. Stop right there if it's coins again. I'm not here to pick up coins. Chen Zhao was very disappointed with White Ma's unreliable ability. In fact, he was even somewhat hopeless about their intelligence. He already had to spend a lot of time and effort to make the silly twins remember the different US notes, not to mention the even more complicated coin system. Although White Ma had indeed successfully found many gold bars last time, he was only being lucky. Chen Zhao did not believe that White Ma would be lucky for the second time. It's real. It smells very much like the gold last time, but it's rather faint. Maybe there aren't as many pieces, or perhaps they're too far away. Gold. Chen Zhao was energized at once. Can you locate the source? Chapter 174, The Town's Dog Craze. Chapter 174, The Town's Dog Craze. The scent is very faint, White Ma said. Is there a direction? Chen Zhao asked. The scent is very faint. Can you sense the amount? The scent is very. Chen Zhao kicked him to the ground. If you tell me the scent is faint again, we'll eat dog meat for dinner. White Ma felt wronged. He was telling the truth. Many people would accidentally lose change on the beach too, and the coins also had faint scents. It affected his senses. Chen Zhao didn't have any desire for change. They were only a couple of cents each. He probably couldn't get $100 even if he found all the coins on the beach. If it was paper money, it would be more obvious and people would get it before Chen Zhao. It wouldn't be as hidden as coins. Chen Zhao's phone rang. Ethan's excited voice streamed in from the other end. Chen, you did it, right? You did it. What are you talking about? That old bastard's in the hospital. The media caught Philip Quinn being taken into the hospital. His entire leg looks like it's rotting. He kept screaming on the stretcher. You did that, right? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm busy, gotta go. Wait, don't hang up. Ethan exclaimed. Chen, I had someone ask around. The police seem to have found some evidence to prove that Philip had been attacked at home. They're investigating already. Be careful. Oh, Chen Zhao replied calmly. At the same time, he wondered what evidence it could be. Was it Philip's hysterical testimony? No one would believe an old madman, right? Oh, right. It was the hole in the wall that Chen Zhao had climbed in from. The hole was too obvious. He couldn't have covered it either. Chen Zhao didn't worry about it though. He believed that his plan yesterday was practically the perfect crime. Lloyd had helped him analyze the entire process. First was the climbing. Unless someone else had infrared binoculars too, no one else would be able to see Chen Zhao climbing CL building at night. Second, Chen Zhao had on the Spider-Man mask. His entire body was sealed, so he couldn't have left behind skin cells or hair in Philip's room. Then there was the parachuting. He'd painted it black, so it was difficult to be discovered. There was a small possibility that he left evidence while climbing and parachuting, but it was impossible to say it was him. He also had nothing to do with Philip, so no one would suspect him. The most critical point was that the police wouldn't think that someone had climbed up. They would only think that someone had climbed down. After all, climbing straight up for hundreds of meters was impossible in a short period. This wasn't like rock climbing either, which would be easier. There were places for resting while rock climbing. It wasn't impossible to rest in every path. There were chances to replenish one's energy. But in a crime, it was impossible to climb hundreds of meters in a short time. Instead of worrying if the police would find him, Chen Zhao would rather find some coins on the beach. The silly twins searched happily too. The more they found, the better they would eat that night. Many tourists on the beach came over to take pictures of them. Chen Zhao had hung a sign and can on their necks, "Please tip for selfies." He didn't write down a price, but they'd collected a can of coins in an afternoon. After they found out that they could make money from pictures, they would stop those that didn't pay. They practically became the bullies of the beach. This was also why they became the most popular tourist attraction there. In the end, many tourists purposely didn't pay them so they could play around. No one cared about people who made money through pictures like this. After all, America didn't have city guards. There were a lot of buskers on the beach too. After finding this new and easy way to get rich, the silly twins didn't want to leave the beach. Unfortunately, the crowd thinned around the evening. Time to go. Fali collected her things and saw the 2 cans of money on the silly twins' necks. To be honest, she'd witnessed Chen Zhao summon these two. In the beginning, they'd given off a strong oppressive feeling, so she thought that they were cold and arrogant. Their performance at the beach today completely upended her impression of them. As long as the tourists gave money, they were willing to be petted, hugged, or ridden. Their statuses had completely been destroyed. They probably didn't even know that they'd once had an impressive image. Are we going straight home? Let's go to the supermarket and buy some dog food. In one night, they ate a month's supply of Beelzebub, Carrie, and Walter's food. They aren't normal wolves or dogs, right? Is it okay to give them dog food? Do you two like dog food? The silly twins nodded furiously without holding back. The sea wind on the coast highway was a bit chilly as it blew into the car. Even with a city like L.A., winter nights still made one feel cold. Chen Zhao didn't like having cold air blow in his face, but the silly twins didn't care about the others. They enjoyed the wind, hoping they could continue tomorrow. It was their first time truly making money. They'd earned the money for buying the dog food today too. When they reached the supermarket in town, Chen Zhao left the pets at customer service, but the worker actually told him that dogs could be taken inside. This was strange because the supermarket always had a clear sign saying that pets weren't allowed. After asking, they learned that the town suddenly had a dog craze. In 2 days, there were 100 new dogs in town. Most of them were huskies as well. The silly twins were too big, but the workers still saw them as huskies. When Chen Zhao brought them into the supermarket, he realized that there really were other customers with their dogs. Chapter 175, Killer Coin. Chapter 175, Killer Coin. Fali, did you just receive your pay? No. Then why did you take so much stuff? You're not expecting me to pay for those cosmetics, are you? Fali rolled her eyes. Of course I'm paying myself. Those things cost more than 1,000, right? When I wanted to borrow money from you the day before yesterday, you said you didn't have any. I'm going to use my credit card. Fali rolled her eyes at Chen Zhao again. My dad gave it to me. You're still using your family's money when you've already been working outside for a few years. Yeah, I know. I'm used to splurging. My dad also knows that my current work certainly can't sustain my spending. So your family's quite rich, I suppose. I would say so. At least my dad's income should be pretty high. After they left the supermarket, they filled the trunk of the car with stuff. Ukla. Smith, it's late. Aren't you going back? Smith lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and replied, Not yet. I still need to organize the data I got today. Smith was a historian. He had obtained his PhD at UCLA. Currently, he was a lecturer in UCLA. His main research interests included the Maya civilization and the Inca Empire. He had led teams deep into the Amazon rainforest several times to find traces of the Maya civilization. Also, he had brought many relics back, including many with important historical or research value. Smith was indeed successful in his career and also had a loving family. However, 12 years ago, Smith suddenly divorced his wife. That time, all his colleagues were bewildered. They did not understand why the two would divorce despite their seemingly stable relationship. Furthermore, after his divorce, Smith had become very dispirited. The once admirable, elegant, and handsome lecturer was gone, replaced instead by a decadent, slovenly man whose face was permanently filled with an untidy beard and whose body always emitted an unpleasant odor. After the last colleague left the lab, Smith stood up and took out a coin from his pocket. Staring at the coin in his hand, his eyes were filled with a complicated look. He had found the coin in one of the ruins of the Maya civilization. That time, a rich man who wanted the coin had already contacted him in advance. Smith accepted the deal because he really needed money. Moreover, the rich man had offered him a very high price. Therefore, he secretly brought the coin out of the ruin and did not inform the archaeology team. Little did he expect it to be a cursed coin. Since the day he received the coin, he had been surrounded by bad luck. The first victim was the rich man. The day after they completed the trade, the rich man died in his own house. The coin also eerily appeared in his pocket again. Next, his pregnant wife miscarried due to an accident. Because of this, they eventually divorced. By then, Smith had already realized the coin's peculiar and ominous nature. He tried to destroy the coin. He took the coin to one of the buildings in the university and dissolved it with sulfuric acid. The coin vanished completely before him, but tragedy happened again. That day, about a dozen students wanted to steal from the warehouse. Coincidentally, Smith had just taken the sulfuric acid from the warehouse and forgotten to lock the door. The students successfully entered the warehouse. When they were discovered by others, they were already dead in the warehouse, killed by chemical poisoning. In addition, the supposedly destroyed coin appeared before Smith again. That time, he had yet to realize the severity of the issue. He tried to destroy the coin a few more times, but he would always get the coin back again in peculiar ways. No matter where he left the coin or how he destroyed the coin, it would return to him in the end. In addition, he discovered a pattern: the more severe he damaged the coin, the more severe the accident would be. Also, the accidents all occurred beside him. However, he also found out that every time a person died, he would obtain a corresponding amount of wealth. Before the rich man died, he had obtained a huge amount of money from the man. When the students died in the warehouse, he won the second highest prize in Powerball, which was $1 million. It was almost as if the money was a reward for his work. At the start, Smith was thrilled, but soon, he was creeped out. Although he had received all the money legally, every time such a coincidence happened, he would have a sleepless night. Later, he tried to give the coin to others. However, the coin would still somehow return to him. The person who received the coin would also experience an accident, where the severity depended on the time he had the coin with him. Half a year ago, he went to Hawaii for holiday and left the coin on the cruise. The next day, he received an inheritance from his grandfather whom he had not met for many years. It was a total of $20 million. Then, he heard that the cruise ship which he had been on was missing due to a storm. There were over 2,000 passengers on the cruise back then. Suddenly, the coin in Smith's hand began to tremble and give a buzzing sound. Again. Smith looked at the coin, after which he walked towards the now abandoned university building. In the past years, he had been studying the coin. Therefore, he now more or less knew the coin's characteristics. The coin seemed to feed on souls. The coin had two special states, one of which he called hunger. If it did not kill anyone for over a week and remained in Smith's possession, it would cause disaster to random people beside Smith. Every time, at least one person would be killed. The other state was full, just like now. The coin would buzz and tremble. When this happened, Smith had to find a place to release the extra souls from it. The abandoned building had become the perfect choice. Even Smith had no idea how many souls he had released into the abandoned building over these years. Thus, the abandoned building had also become an actual haunted place. Students who entered the building would eventually encounter accidents of various severity. The university had tried to demolish the abandoned building before, but again it was accompanied by accidents. One time, the university planned to demolish the old building by implosion. However, the explosives prepared by the engineering company blasted its own people into the sky instead. In another instance, there was a mechanical accident. When the excavator removed a wall, it fell down and killed 4 people. Since then, the abandoned building had been left untouched. After all, the amount of compensation that the university had paid was enough to buy a few pieces of land of similar size. Chapter 176, Big Client. Chapter 176, Big Client. Smith walked to the abandoned building and saw someone standing before it. It looked like a woman, but there was no light here, so he couldn't see her features clearly. The woman seemed to be talking to someone, but there was no one next to her. Smith hid to the side and watched the woman walk out. He vaguely heard her say, "How come there are more evil spirits here again?" He was shocked. Did this woman know about evil spirits? To be honest, Smith had caused all the paranormal activity here, but he'd never seen an evil spirit before. He didn't hesitate or doubt the term evil spirit like a normal person. He was sure about evil spirits, so his first impression was that this woman wasn't an average person. These evil spirits are so strange though. They seem to be missing something. Yeah, you're right. If that's the case, that person is going to die. The woman's voice faded into the distance. She seemed to be talking to an invisible person. Smith cared most that the woman had said, "That person is going to die." He didn't come out of hiding until the woman was completely gone. Looking at the coin in his hand, he knew that it couldn't be a good thing. However, it hadn't brought any disadvantages to him, so he never thought about if his life would be in danger. But when he heard that woman's last sentence, he had a feeling that she was talking about him. For the first time, he felt unsettled. No matter how many people this coin killed, Smith never felt unsettled. In the past, he felt guilty due to his morals and was worried about the consequences if the truth was revealed. Now, he actually felt unsettled because of a single sentence. Smith looked at the coin and grasped it. It was trembling slightly. He started hesitating if he should release the spirits in the filled coin. If he didn't, the coin would become scalding as if it had been baked. It kept following him too. Sometimes, Smith would toss it into a corner, but the next time he felt his pocket, he would find it there again. This was why Smith couldn't stand the feeling. After some experimenting, he found a way to release the spirits. If he dropped a drop of blood on the coin, it would release the evil spirits and go back to normal. Right now, he wondered if he could stuff the coin to death. Then perhaps he could be freed. He would never be followed by this nightmare again and he could enjoy his life. Morning. "Chen, Walter and I aren't coming back tonight," Fali said while brushing her teeth. They weren't dating, but they were used to living together now. They wouldn't hide their living habits from each other either. "You're working overtime tonight?" "Yeah. If you run into something weird, remember to call Sienna or I." "I know." After Fali left, Chen Zhao got Ethan's call and went to the motel. As soon as Ethan saw him, he gave Chen Zhao a check. Accepting it, Chen Zhao glanced at it and asked, "What? Did you get some fatal disease and you're writing your will now? I know you spent a lot of money." "I don't know what you're talking about. Just take it." "You're crazy." Chen Zhao stuffed the check back into Ethan's hands. "I heard that you're strapped recently," Ethan said. "How do you know?" It's not hard to find out. You want to buy land in Mountain Town. I'm from there too, so I obviously know. Just see it as money I'm lending you and take it. Fine. I'm borrowing this. Chen Zhao thought for a bit and accepted the check. Ethan didn't inquire how Chen Zhao had done it. He just knew that Chen Zhao had done everything for him. For these things, they'd formed tacit understanding. Neither of them would pry too deeply into the other's secrets. Ethan wasn't an average motel owner either. Oh, do you have any solutions for losing weight? You want to lose weight? Chen Zhao studied Ethan. You're a bit fat right now, but you don't have persistence. Using drugs will harm you too. I think it's best for you to maintain your current weight. Who said I want to lose weight? There's a big client that needs it. I'm not sure you can do it though. Big client? How big? $400,000. But the client wants to lose 160 pounds in 30 days. Wait, 160 pounds. Are you sure it's not 16 pounds? Ethan took a picture out. When Chen Zhao saw the girl, he was shocked. Oh my god, she's a super fatty. She's practically a meatball. Is she rich? It's her dad's money, not hers. I'll do it. Give me her address and contact info. Before that, can you get your dog spayed? Ethan's tone changed 180 degrees. Chen Zhao turned around and saw the silly twin circling Ethan's golden Sasha. The size difference was honestly too big though. Chen Zhao worried for Sasha. Walter was okay. He was big, but he wasn't so big that Sasha couldn't take it. The silly twins really weren't suitable though. Chen Zhao massaged his temples. Kicking them, he said, "You assholes. Sasha is Walter's wife." Who said Sasha is gonna marry Walter? Ethan shot back. I don't agree. You're so old already and you still want to get involved in the kids' relationships. Where's your shame? Your Carrie is a female, right? I'll go get a male tomorrow, Ethan threatened. Then you better get a lion. Otherwise, I'm afraid your pet won't be able to win Carrie over. A taxi parked before the motel, but whooshed away after seeing the silly twins behind Chen Zhao. Regardless of whether they were dangerous or not, it would be a problem if they peed on the car. Ethan, can you drive us? For your commission. Why do you have to take them out? Can't you leave them at home? Just answer me. Will you drive or not? Seeing as I'll get $80,000 in commission, I'll drive you one last time. Can't you go buy a car? And then get a license. Chapter 177, A Carefree Lady. Chapter 177, A Carefree Lady. It was not Chen Zhao's first time to Beverly Hills. To be honest, there were actually private manors which were more gorgeous than those in Beverly Hills. Nevertheless, the location and environment of Beverly Hills set it as a high-end residence community. Beverly Hills had several advantages over other communities: green hills, clear waters, and the sea. Moreover, it was filled with countless international brands. Ethan's car stopped before a moderately sized manor. Then, a housekeeper led Chen Zhao inside. Mr. Chen, can you leave your pets here for now? We'll look after them for you. Of course. The housekeeper called a few servants to take care of Chen Zhao's pets. In the manor, there was a large lawn on which his pets could run freely. To be frank, Chen Zhao would like to have such a big space too. His current house was sufficient for 1 or 2 people. However, it felt really crowded with Beelzebub and all the other pets. Usually, they had to have their meals outside the house. Chen Zhao's house was too small for all his pets to eat together. Soon, the housekeeper brought Chen Zhao into a large building. In the house was a middle-aged man with a mustache. When he saw Chen Zhao, he walked up and gave Chen Zhao a handshake. "Hi, you must be the doctor recommended by Ethan." The man was very gentlemanly. He was in fact the first gentlemanly rich man Chen Zhao had met. "Yes. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Doman." "Mr. Doman, I heard that your daughter needs to lose weight. Is that right?" "Yes." "Have you seen my daughter's photo?" "Yup, but I still need to confirm it myself." "Mr. Doman took out a photo. The girl in the photo should be the same as the one in the photo Chen Zad had seen earlier, although they differed greatly in size. "My daughter had 3 dating experiences. When she was 18, her first boyfriend broke up with her. Since then, she abandoned herself to despair. Her second and third boyfriends all broke up with her because of her weight. Now, she doesn't leave her room at all and has already been suspended from school for an entire year." "Is she home now?" "Yes. I'll bring you to her." Chen Zhao nodded. He followed Mr. Doman to the last room. Mr. Doman knocked on the door. "Normans, can I come in?" A female voice inside responded and Mr. Doman pushed the door open. Immediately, Chen Zhao saw a meatball lying on 2 tatamis that were placed side by side. She was playing a console game and beside her was a pile of food of various kinds. Because the curtains were closed, the room was rather dim. The whole room was filled with nothing other than the sound from the game. Since Mr. Doman came in, Normans had been attentively playing the game, not bothered to even turn her head around. "Normans, can't you see that we have a guest? Have you even forgotten the most basic manners? You need to respect every person." Normans turned her head and finally saw Chen Zhao beside her father. "Hi," Normans greeted casually. "He's your slimming coach." "Dad, I'm not planning to lose weight. Don't arrange whatever slimming coach is for me again." "No. Normans, you need to change now." Mr. Doman sounded very firm and determined. "I've never cared about your future. I thought that you can control it yourself, but from the look of it, you don't have enough self-restraint. You can't even control your own shape, let alone your life. So from now on, I insist that you listen to me." "No. You don't have a choice." Mr. Doman was resolute. Normans turned her head and stared at Chen Zhao with a hostile look. She weighed 140 kilograms, which was almost twice as heavy as Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 75 kilograms, but in front of Normans, he looked tiny. "Fine, but you better hope that he can persist till the end. Mr. Chen, have a chat with Normans. I'll go out first." Alone with Normans, Chen Zhao actually felt slightly lost. Norman stood up. She was not short, having a height of over 1.7 meters. Together with her weight, when she stood before Chen Zhao, she looked like a mountain-sized demon queen. The clothes on her body were far from sufficient to cover her thick legs and bloated belly, while her messy hair turned her into a truly insane woman. "Kid, do you know that I've learned wrestling in school?" "What a coincidence." "Me too." Chen Zhao shrugged. Chen Zhao would definitely not give up this client, even if it was just for the $400,000 pay. "Then let's see if you're good enough to become my slimming coach." Crash. Norman's was completely unreasonable and undisciplined. When Chen Zhao was still processing the meaning of her last sentence, Norman's had already leaped towards him. At once, Chen Zhao felt as if a mountain was collapsing on him. He could not even breathe, because Norman's enlarged belly had covered his entire face. Chen Zhao used all his might to push Norman's away, but she charged towards him again immediately. This time, however, Chen Zhao was prepared. He rolled to the side and dodged Norman's pounce. Right away, before Norman's could get up, he jumped onto Norman's back and pushed her to the ground. However, to Norman's, Chen Zhao was as light as a feather. Perhaps Chen Zhao was physically stronger than her, but he was unable to unleash his full strength when he had no support. Norman's managed to stand up straight away. She reached her arms out and attempted to grab Chen Zhao, who was on her back, but her arms were too short and swollen. Instead, she fell down backwards directly. Chen Zhao took another heavy hit. He had nowhere to display his boxing skills. Chen Zhao lifted his knees and pushed them against Norman's back. Straightening his arms with all his strength, he managed to hold Norman's in the air entirely. The door suddenly opened. Mr. Doman looked at the weird posture between Chen Zhao and Norman's. Sorry. I forgot to knock. Then, he left the room again and closed the door. The next instant, the two resumed their wrestling session. The room was a complete mess. In the end, Chen Zhao finally managed to subdue Norman's. Fuck. I knew I wasn't going to get the 400,000 that easily. Stop. Stop. Chen Zhao was really exhausted. Fighting with Norman's was more tiring than climbing a 100-story building. Chen Zhao would rather fight with Gaia than with Norman's, because his punches would be ineffective if they were too light and would hurt Norman's if they were too powerful. This would not be a problem with Gaia, for she knew how to handle Chen Zhao's attacks. Norman's, do you want to be a pig forever? Fuck off. It's none of your business. Whether you're a fat pig or not isn't my business, but your dad's going to pay me. I need the money, so you don't have a choice. Do you think I'll cooperate with you? Chapter 178, I Surrender If You Can Eat. Chapter 178, I Surrender If You Can Eat. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Mr. Doman had been standing outside for a while. Can I come in? Chen Zhao and Norman's were already standing up, but their clothes were rumpled. Mr. Chen, how is your talk with Norman's? Very good. We had a very friendly exchange. I believe Norman's will cooperate with my fitness plan. Norman scoffed. She didn't refute him outright, but she decided not to cooperate. Whatever Chen Zhao wanted her to do, she wouldn't do it. Whatever Chen Zhao wasn't her to eat, she wouldn't do it either. Chen Zhao looked back at Norman's, who was glaring at him, shooting daggers with her eyes. Mr. Chen, let's go talk in the living room. Sure. As soon as Chen Zhao and Mr. Doman left, Norman settled back onto the tatami and shoved snacks into her mouth. Mr. Chen, you saw that Norman's probably won't cooperate. What's your plan? Mr. Doman, I have a plan already. I hope that we can start with my diet plan today. Are you sure Norman's will cooperate? Of course. I hope you won't use any violence, is that okay? I wish for my daughter to lose weight, not to get hurt. Chen Zhao had a good impression of Mr. Doman. He was a gentleman and very well-mannered. This was different from the rich he'd met before. This meant that Mr. Doman's family tradition was like this. Only a positive family environment could produce a personality like this. I understand. I don't plan on using violence. Do I need to supply anything? Mr. Doman asked. Please have Norman's come to the grass field. Okay. Mr. Doman rubbed his forehead. This was a hard task too. Chen Zhao went to the grass. It was surrounded by cedar trees, separating the manor from the outside. The silly twins, Beelzebub and Carrie, were frolicking happily. When Chen Zhao arrived, the demons all gathered around. A while later, Norman's was called to the grass unwillingly. When she saw the big and small dogs, she wanted to play with them. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao was there, so she was still unhappy. Chen Zhao sat on the ground with Beelzebub and Carrie in his lap. White Ma was behind him for him to lean on. Black Ma sprawled beside him. Abitos ran around everywhere, showing no sign of going to him at all. Mr. Dorman, can you prepare some food for my kids? It should be cooked food. Sure. Mr. Dorman nodded and left. A while later, 2 servants brought a large amount of grilled meat to Chen Zhao. Norman gulped. Chen Zhao clapped his hands and Black Ma stuffed a whole chicken into his mouth. He swallowed after chewing a bit. Abitos ran over too. His appetite was similar to the 2 silly twins. He could eat an entire chicken in one bite. Norman's rubbed her stomach. Her appetite was getting stronger. Very strong. She must be hungry because she'd fought with that guy. Thinking of this, she said, "Dad, I'm hungry too. Give me some food." Dorman glanced at Chen Zhao, who shook his head. No. From now on, you can only eat if you exercise enough. Dad. Norman stared at her father unhappily. Mr. Dorman chuckled wryly. I'm busy. I'll go now. Norman's turned to leave too, but White Ma ran over to her easily and blocked her way. She looked at Chen Zhao. You sent your dog to bite me. Chen Zhao took a handful of coins out of nowhere and scattered them all over the grass. If you can find more coins than White Ma, you can eat as much as you want. If you don't find as much as him, then you'll have to follow my rules and exercise. How about that? You think I'll listen to you? You think you can't even beat a dog? Norman's turned to him. She still had a dignity. When Chen Zhao compared her to a dog, she still felt angry. The coins that you just scattered. Yes, the ones in this area. Chen Zhao tossed 2 plates onto the ground. Put the coins that you find here. Whoever finds more will win. Go. Norman's looked at White Ma. The white dog was really cute, but Norman's would try her hardest for food. White Ma was about to go too, but Chen Zhao said, White Ma, go easy on her. But White Ma didn't want to. He pounced and his tongue shot out, curling a coin into his mouth. In a short while, he had a dozen coins in his mouth. Running lightly to his plate, he spat it all out. If the coins were on concrete, it would be easy to find. However, it was in the grass now and the vegetation covered them. They were harder to find. Norman's only found a few in the first minute. They weren't in the same level in this race. The result is quite obvious. Chen Zhao looked at White Ma's plate. Norman's was angered. She hurled her coins into the plate. I'm not playing anymore. Only a dumbass will be controlled by you. She turned and left in anger, going straight to open the fridge in the kitchen. She took out a bottle of milk and started pouring it down. A mouthful later, Norman suddenly felt disgusted and started throwing up. In an instant, Norman's appetite disappeared completely. Maybe she'd exercised too much earlier, causing her to lose her appetite. She could only leave the kitchen. After leaving, she saw Chen Zhao standing outside with Beelzebub, smiling at her. Nameless anger flared within Norman's. What are you looking at? Do you feel hungry right now? Norman's rubbed her stomach. For some reason, she felt hungry again, but she said stubbornly, It's none of your business. I told you that if you don't meet my requirements, you won't eat anything today. Norman's turned and went into the kitchen. She took 2 apples out of the fridge, returned to Chen Zhao, and ate half an apple right there. After chewing, the nauseous feeling came again. Bleck. Norman's threw up everywhere. This time, the feeling was even more intense. It felt like she'd even thrown up some stomach acid. What did you do to me? Normans looked at Qin Zhao weakly. Chapter 179, Danger in the Sea. Chapter 179, Danger in the Sea. No matter how slow Norman's was, she would have realized by now that Qin Zhao had definitely done something to her. She always had a great appetite. Normally, she would eat an apple every 5 minutes. However, since she met Qin Zhao, she had not eaten anything. She tried to eat twice, but on both occasions she felt nauseous. Now you have an intense appetite again, right? A smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. What do you want from me? What do you think? If I complete the training today, I can eat all I want, right? Of course. Qin Zhao smiled. Clearly he would not let Normans eat all she could. Actually, he would in fact let Normans eat whatever she wanted, as long as she could physically swallow them. What's the training today? Simple. Run for 1 kilometer. It was only the start. A 1 kilometer run was really very easy. Even with Norman's weight, she could achieve the goal as long as she persisted. Actually, Qin Zhao could have made Norman slim down with just Beelzebub's ability. However, if she slimmed down so much by not eating food, her body would become extremely unhealthy. Therefore, she had to exercise too. It could speed up the slimming process and at the same time make her healthier. You have to exercise with me too. You have to do whatever I do. Fine. As long as Normans was willing to cooperate, Qin Zhao was willing to train with her. He did this only for the 400,000 pay. It was something Qin Zhao could not say no to. Do I start now? Let's start. 1 kilometer was really nothing to Qin Zhao. With his stamina, he was more than strong enough to run a marathon. Nonetheless, the power of a foodaholic was limitless. In order to eat whatever she wanted, Normans persisted for the entire journey. Actually, to a person who weighed 140 kilograms, a 1 kilometer run was already very exhausting. She was about as heavy as 2 normal adult men, after all. After they finished the run, Normans immediately asked, "Can I eat now?" Of course. That's the end of today's training. I'll be back again tomorrow, however, so you better be ready. Can I eat all I want? Sure. Qin Zhao only asked Beelzebub to give Normans a bit of appetite, so she would definitely not be able to eat too much. The feast that Normans had been fantasizing about was destined to be a mere illusion. Mr. Doman brought Qin Zhao to the front door. Mr. Qin, are you sure you don't need a driver to send you back? Nope. My friends live nearby, so I'm going to drop by their house. All right then. Thank you again for what you did for Normans. To be frank, the amount of exercise she did today is more than what she had done in the last 3 years combined. No problem. I'm getting paid anyway. Qin Zhao left Mr. Doman's manor with his pets. Walking on the street, they still managed to attract countless eyes. After all, the silly twins, as well as Abitos, were really too eye-catching. Many tourists along the way stopped to watch the pets. Some even thought that Qin Zhao was a street artist. Qin Zhao found Rasfa's manor and was quickly invited in. Qin, welcome. Rasfa was still shocked by Qin Zhao's entire family of pets. That's a lot of pets. Why don't you give Beelzebub and Carrie to me? I'll take good care of them for you. I'm afraid I'll have to say no. Qin Zhao shook his head. I was nearby just now, so I came here to check your health condition. Paul, pour Qin a glass of wine. You know that I don't drink during work. All right. After you finish the examination then. Half an hour later, Chen Zhao finished the checkup. Remove your shirt and lie on the sofa. I'm going to dredge your meridians. Rasfa had full trust in Chen Zhao. In fact, they had turned from enemies into friends. Precisely because of their initial conflict, Rasfa trusted Chen Zhao even more. Stay here for dinner. I'll ask the kitchen to cook one more portion. Sure. In the evening, Zola, Daniel, and Manny came as well. Daniel was thrilled by Chen Zhao's extra pets, namely the silly twins and Abitos. He now really believed that Chen Zhao was a druid. After dinner, Chen Zhao and Daniel lied on the chairs on the beach. Although Daniel's injuries from that accident had long recovered, it was a huge psychological trauma for him. Even now, he still did not dare to go into the sea. Instead, he could only watch the group of pets enjoy themselves on the beach. Black Ma and White Ma were the most excited among them. They had not enjoyed themselves enough on Angel Beach last time. Now, they could finally run on the beach and play in the sea all they wanted. Chen, they're not Alaskan Malamutes, are they? They're wolves. That's Black Ma, and that's White Ma. Even as wolves, they're a bit too big, right? They're special. Then how about Abitos? What breed of lizard is it? Komodo. I don't think there's red Komodo dragons. Is it a mutant? Also, its head looks somewhat weird. It has a special bloodline. Stop asking about it. Suddenly, Daniel stood up and looked at Black Ma and White Ma who had been playing in the sea. Is there something beside them? Chen Zhao also stood up and looked at them. However, because they were really far away, he could not see anything clearly. All of a sudden, Chen Zhao seemed to notice a huge fin above the sea. He immediately charged towards the silly twins, removing his shirt in the process. Chen, no. It's dangerous. Daniel wanted to stop Chen Zhao, but Chen Zhao was too fast. He had already bolted into the sea. However, Chen Zhao was still too late. White Ma was already attacked. White Ma suddenly felt his body sink down. Something was dragging him into the water. If the demon pet attacked was Beelzebub, Raymond, or Carrie instead, Chen Zhao would not be so anxious, because they were mere projections, not true forms. Even if they died, Chen Zhao would not be that worried. However, the silly twins were different. Their actual bodies had come to the human world. They were indeed demons, but they were not invincible. They would similarly be injured and die should they receive sufficient damage. On land, when the two of them were together, they could perhaps fight with most terrestrial organisms. In the sea, however, there were too many things that could kill them. Realizing that White Ma had been attacked, Black Ma also dived into the water at once. Chen Zhao swam towards the silly twins with all his might, praying that he could make it in time. Chapter 180, Shark. Chapter 180, Shark. Chen Zhao dove underwater. He saw the injured and panicked White Ma. He also saw that Black Ma had bitten the shark's fin, but it easily shook Black Ma off. It was a 9-foot-long tiger shark, at least 3 times the size of them. Chen Zhao kicked and swam faster toward the shark. It attacked White Ma again, but Chen Zhao punched the shark's gill with all his might. He was underwater though, so his punch was half as strong. However, he still hit the gill. The shark was surprised and dove to the side. It didn't leave. Instead, it turned around and swam back. It seemed to really like White Ma's smell or taste. Chen Zhao changed his tactic. Calculating the moment that the shark came back, he grabbed onto the fin. Fins were the shark's Achilles heel. No matter how the shark struggled, Chen Zhao didn't let go. It tried to turn and bite him, but he pressed against the gill so it couldn't reach. By now, Black Ma had entered the fight too. Seeing that his brother was hurt, Black Ma pounced onto the shark's head. His claws were really sharp. He didn't let go after digging into the shark and widened his maws, biting off a chunk of shark meat. By now, the shark couldn't escape even if it wanted to. Chen Zhao and Black Ma were both in for the kill. Chen Zhao forcefully tore apart the gills. The shark immediately lost energy. This was a serious injury to sharks. It wouldn't die immediately, but it would lose the ability to fight. Chen Zhao broke to the surface. He saw White Ma floating there with a large bite on his stomach. The patch of sea had already turned red. He swam toward White Ma and immediately stuffed some demonic crystals into him. White Ma instantly sputtered and came back to life. Then he swam toward land. Black Ma and the shark floated to the surface too. Black Ma wasn't hurt, which was the most fortunate part of this. Daniel saw that Chen Zhao, White Ma, and Black Ma were back. Then he saw the shark corpse that washed ashore. Oh my God, you guys killed a shark in the sea. His expression was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Chen Zhao and Black Ma could achieve this feat. Chen Zhao had no time to pay attention to Daniel. He ran to White Ma to check the injury. White Ma's state seemed very serious, but it wasn't bleeding anymore. Daniel, call some people over and help me lift White Ma up. Oh, okay. A while later, Daniel had called many people over. Zula, Rasfa, and Manny had heard about the news too, so they came over as well. The servants in the manor found a wooden board to lift White Ma up. Chen, are you hurt? Rasfa studied Chen Zhao. I'm fine. I need to treat White Ma first. Chen Zhao didn't have time for small talk. White Ma's injury was more important. However, the people had already seen the shark corpse and were all shocked. It was a young adult, but the tiger shark was still powerful. Not many sea creatures could threaten them, but it was covered in bites from Black Ma. The people didn't think that Chen Zhao had done much. Black Ma was still venting his anger out on the dead shark. Abido's was even worse. This heartless guy had started eating the shark. Chen Zhao patched White Ma up. Exhausted, he slumped onto the ground. Right then, a glass of water appeared before him. Zola stood beside him at some point. Chen Zhao pulled her into his lap. After the tension came extreme relaxation. Chen Zhao really needed to let loose now. Not here. Go to the room, Zola replied, as enthusiastic as ever. She could feel that Chen Zhao was strong and fierce now. His body was much stronger than a month ago. He seemed to have endless energy and was filled with domination. Zola kept getting forced back. She'd never lost so miserably. She couldn't remember how many times she'd reached the climax, while Chen Zhao continued to charge. He seemed not to know fatigue. Chen, stop. This is bad for your body. The next moment, Chen Zhao closed Zola's red lips. Right now, Chen Zhao seemed to have lost his mind. Only lust remained. He might have been suppressed for a while. Now, he could finally let it all out. He didn't stop until 3 straight hours of sex. Zola couldn't stand up anymore. She lay in bed weakly, not willing to move a limb. Only her chest went up and down. The bed was in a mess. Chen Zhao lowered himself and kissed her softly. Zola, I'm sorry. I went too far. Carry me to the bathroom. Chen Zhao wanted to go again in the shower, but Zola refused him. She was honestly too tired to deal with Chen Zhao anymore. When they came out hand in hand, Manny was still leaning against White Ma. There was a lot of meat and milk beside them. She seemed to be talking to White Ma. Manny was 15 years old, similar in age or a bit older than Azina, the other girl Chen Zhao knew. However, these two girls were completely different. Manny was more innocent, probably because Zola protected her too well. She still had a childlike personality. Azina was childlike too, but she was more mature and reserved. The two kids were like polar opposites. Of course, Chen Zhao wasn't their parents. He couldn't decide their lives or futures. When Manny saw Chen Zhao and Zola come out, she waved at him. "Chen, come here." "Why?" Manny glanced at Zola and then Chen Zhao. "When are you marrying my mom?" Chen Zhao pursed his lips. "Why do you want me to marry your mom? If you two marry, White Ma and Black Ma will be mine." "What kind of logic is this? You're willing to sell your mom to an irresponsible guy just for the silly twins?" "I'm kidding." Manny pouted at Chen Zhao. "Can you lend me White Ma and Black Ma?" "For what?" "Just say if you'll let me." "No." "Meanie." "Mom, don't play with him anymore." Manny might be spoiled, but she wasn't an illogical and bratty kid. She had a goal in mind when talking to Chen Zhao, but she wouldn't throw a tantrum to get there. Because White Ma was hurt, Chen Zhao had Paul help get a truck to transport him back. It was already 10 at night when they returned. Chen Zhao actually wasn't used to the fact that Fali wasn't home. Usually, they would both be in pajamas now and drinking beer with snacks, or watching movies and talking about random things. Chen Zhao called her. "Fali." "Chen, what's up?" "Nothing. I was just wondering if anything happened while you're with the coastal rescue team." Chapter 181, Blackie, how about Wi-Fi in your house? Chapter 181, Blackie, how about Wi-Fi in your house? Everything's normal. I would have been asleep now if you didn't call me. Alright. I'm going to bed too. Good night. After the brief conversation, Chen Zhao hung up. He rubbed his forehead and then entered the basement. Chen Zhao had to perform special treatment for White Ma, which clearly could not be done outside. Although White Ma had eaten 2 demonic crystals, he was still in a bad shape. The supposedly formidable subordinate of the King of Greed had almost lost his life to a human world species. Hellhound was clearly thrilled by the 2 new buddies. No, there were actually 3. Chen Zhao had also brought the Hydra into the space crevice. Little Nine was timid as usual. Hellhound and Black Ma were already playing enthusiastically with each other. If White Ma was not injured, the 3 of them would have probably become best friends. On the other hand, Chen Zhao and Blackie went into the castle to study sorcery and medicine. "Blackie, when I summoned that banshee with her ritual implement near the gate of hell, I felt very tired. It's a feeling I've never experienced before." "Why did I feel that way?" "I don't know much about demonic sorcery too, but when I cast spells, I can clearly feel an upper limit. Cast certain spells too many times and I'll feel tired as well," Blackie said. Both Chen Zhao and Blackie were novice sorcerers. At the beginning, Blackie did not know too many demonic spells too. Of course, Blackie was able to learn demonic spells much faster than Chen Zhao, because he was a type of demon, after all. However, there were some spells that Blackie would never be able to cast. "I've done my research. For example, if I cast Hell Knell on a person for 10 consecutive times, I'll be exhausted." "Wait, you cast Hell Knell on a person just for experimentation? Did that person not go insane?" "I found a person in vegetative state, so Hell Knell wouldn't affect him," Blackie replied, unconcerned. "So whether it's you or me, we have a certain kind of threshold. We can't cast spells or summon demons indefinitely," Chen Zhao concluded. "I think so. Don't you humans always call the thing needed to cast spells magic points?" or maybe magical power. Let's suppose that we have magical power too, and we each have our own maximum magical power. How do you think we should test our maximum magical power then? You should ask Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. They know more about demonic sorcery than the two of us. Chen Zhao called Beelzebub into the castle and asked him their question. Of course you need a certain form of power to cast and control demonic spells. There's no real difference between the terminology in Hell and the definition given by humans. In Hell, it's generally known as demonic power, but you humans can call it magic points or magical power too. It's the same thing. I don't think the term demonic power is accurate, Blackie opposed at once, because humans can cast demonic spells too. This proves that the power used by demons is at least somehow related to humans. No. Chen Zhao gave his own opinion. Humans can only use a small number of modified demonic spells. This means demonic spells are still based mainly on demonic power. Perhaps, modified demonic spells are no longer truly demonic, or maybe they require a different form of power to activate. You're again the special one. Blackie looked at Chen Zhao. Why can you learn all the demonic spells without restriction? Even I can't learn many of them, but you can still learn and cast them. Even Beelzebub could not answer this question. While Blackie is a demon, the three of us are actually three different forms of life. Blackie has no physical form, Beelzebub is a projection, while I am a pure human, but all of us have one similarity: we can use demonic spells. So if we can find all the similarities among the three of us, perhaps we'll know what form of power we're using to cast those spells. Are you still a pure human? Your right hand contains Lord Beelzebub Zophie's bloodline, so in fact, you're a demon-human high. Before Beelzebub could finish, Chen Zhao stared at him with a threatening look. If you dare to finish that sentence, you better prepare another projection. I'll use your current one to make dog broth. Beelzebub immediately returned to the serious topic. Human, I think you've missed out a fourth existence that can cast demonic spells. What's the fourth one? Badges. What badges? Whether it's in Hell or the human world, there are some kind of badges. In Hell, they're called demonic badges, while in the human world, they're called magical badges. Regardless of the name, they're formed when demonic spells are carved into certain items. These items can then cast spells or have magical properties. Do you have a magical badge with you? No, and I also don't know how to make them, Beelzebub answered. So all in all, these are the only 4 types, right? Of course, maybe Blackie can't be considered as a separate form of being. He's still a demon after all. No. There are many other types, such as angels. Wait. Are there really angels? What's strange about it? Why can't there be angels when there are already so many demons beside you? Where are the angels? Are they in heaven? Are they serving an old pervert who seduces unmarried girls? Dunno. I have neither seen them nor heard about where they live. Then how are you even sure that they exist? Because they do. It's a fact. How is it a fucking fact when you don't even know where to find them? Are you sure it's not just a random setting that you thought of a minute ago? Chen Zhao already had the habit of not trusting Beelzebub's words entirely. When Chen Zhao left the crevice, he realized that he had 4 missed calls from Robio. He glanced at Blackie, who had followed him out. Blackie, why don't you install a Wi-Fi or signal tower inside? Chen Zhao called Robio. Robio, what's up? Chen, Fali's in the hospital. What? Why? What happened? She almost drowned. Almost drowned. Fali. Chen Zhao knew how well Fali could swim. How could she nearly drown? I don't know the exact situation too. I received a call from the phone in HQ and then heard Walter barking. When I got there, I saw Fali lying on the beach. I've already sent her to the hospital. Which hospital? Chantilly. Chapter 182, Fali in Danger. Chapter 182, Fali in Danger. Chen Zhao hurried over to Chantilly Hospital. Robio was there waiting for him. He went in as soon as he arrived. When he reached Fali's room, he realized Four was there. Chen. Four was surprised to see him. You're here for me. I'm the patient's friend, Chen Zhao said. Chen, she's Fali's younger sister, Robio said. You know my sister. Four looked at him in surprise. Can I check on Fali? Four nodded. She was obviously happy if Chen Zhao was willing to help. Chen Zhao checked Fali. There's no water in her lungs, her heartbeat is normal, pulse normal, but her pupils are dilated and no light reaction. 4. Did you tranquilize Fali? No, she's been unconscious since she was taken to the hospital. Can it be a pseudocoma? 4 suggested. Chen Zhao and Robio both understood what that meant. Chen Zhao was a doctor, while Robio worked on the coastal rescue team. He'd seen many drowning victims. In pseudocomas, the brain was still active, but the subconscious mind was still in the drowning state, so the brain would close itself off. This was a way to protect the brain. When drowning, one would lack oxygen for a long period, causing brain hypoxia and brain damage. But pseudocomas were short-term comas. It usually lasted 1 to 3 days. Sometimes, it could last for longer. Chen, do you have a solution? I still need to look. As of now, Chen Zhao hadn't found any useful information. He suspected since the beginning that the drowning wasn't normal. Walking out with Robio, Chen Zhao asked, Robio, can you tell me what happened when Fali drowned? I got the call at 2 in the morning. I only heard Walters panting through the phone. To be honest, I can't really believe that a dog can do that. If Walter really can call someone, he should call me. Why did he call you? My contact info is taped onto the office's wall. Robio sensed some jealousy in Chen Zhao's voice, but this proved that the man really loved Walter like a parent. Chen Zhao wouldn't have asked if he didn't care. Robio was also happy that Walter could have Chen Zhao's companionship. Then I hurried to the office and saw Fali lying on the beach. She had her buoy and life vest. She couldn't have gone swimming at midnight unless someone was drowning. But there were no other victims beside her. It's possible she couldn't save the person and was also in danger, so she was either washed ashore or Walter dragged her onto land. Chen Zhao leaned more toward Walter saving Fali, but then he remembered that Fali had said she'd run into paranormal activity. He suspected that Fali had been attacked by an evil spirit. Otherwise, with her swimming abilities, she wouldn't have an accident even at night. At least, there wasn't a high possibility. After all, Fali had all the equipment and Walter by her side. Unless something unusual happened, there were very slight chances of an accident happening. Is Walter still at the office? Yeah, I left him there. I'll go get Walter. I'm worried if he's there alone. Okay, Robio said. I won't go with you. I need to stay and take care of Fali. Chen Zhao hurried to the headquarters and called for Walter. The dog rushed out of the darkness. He was very excited, clearly shocked by something. He jumped and barked in front of Chen Zhao. Walter, quiet. Quiet down, Chen Zhao comforted him. Was Fali attacked by evil spirits? Woof. Can you find the evil spirit? Walter turned toward the sea with a confused expression. He couldn't provide any information. This made Chen Zhao feel helpless. Walter wasn't like Beelzebub and the others. He couldn't talk directly to Qin Zhao. Just then, Walter ran into the office and carried a rotten piece of wood out. Qin Zhao took it. It was a piece of wood from a fir tree and very wet. Walter must have taken it out of the water. It should be from some aged ship. No matter how good the quality, it would rot after being in the water for decades or even centuries. The wood was very fragile. Qin Zhao applied some pressure and cracked it open. There was a clear word carved into the opening, Mary. Mary? Qin Zhao studied the wood. He wasn't sure if this was related to Fali's attack. His phone rang at that moment. Chen, Fali woke up, but she looks unsettled. She wants you to take her home. Okay, I'm coming, Qin Zhao said immediately. He was relieved that Fali was okay. Qin Zhao was worried that she really was attacked by something unknown. If Fali was hurt by some magic spell or supernatural force, Qin Zhao would need Sienna's help. Now that Fali was awake, he could stop worrying so much. When he reached the hospital, Fali was sitting up in bed. Fur sat beside her while Robio stood before the bed. Robio could tell that Fali had been terrified. He just didn't understand what could have happened that caused such a strong reaction. Chen, you're here. Fali's eyes brightened when she saw Qin Zhao. Fur and Robio could both tell that Fali trusted Qin Zhao. She relaxed as soon as he arrived. Fur stood up and Qin Zhao took her spot. Fali hugged him immediately. Chen, you're finally here. I want to go home. Okay, let's go. Qin Zhao glanced at Fur, who was looking at him quizzically. She didn't expect that Qin Zhao would be dating her sister. Judging from the current situation, they couldn't be regular friends. Fur, I'll take Fali home now. I'll go visit tomorrow, Fur said to her sister. I'll drive, Robio said. Fali didn't speak on the way back. She sat in the back seat with Qin Zhao, resting her head on his shoulder. She was leaning into him even after they got out the car. Robio's gone. Stop acting, Qin Zhao pushed her aside. I'm not acting. I really was scared. Chapter 183, Ghost Ship. Chapter 183, Ghost Ship. Fali was indeed scared, but after Qin Zhao arrived, she calmed down a lot. When they reached home, Qin Zhao poured Fali a glass of water. Tell me what happened. I was about to go to sleep. As usual, I used the night vision binoculars to check the coastline. Then, I discovered that there seemed to be someone in the sea. I thought it was a drowning person, so I swam towards him. And then you were attacked by evil spirits. I heard that drowning man calling for help. I grabbed him, but he was dragged into the water by something. I tried to pull him up, but then I was dragged into the sea too. Under the surface, I saw a ship packed with people. They were the ones pulling the drowning man down. Qin Zhao thought of a word. Ghost ship. Yes. It was a ghost ship roaming in the sea. I watched as the ghosts on the ship tried to pull me down too. Then, Walter came and saved me. This confirmed their initial suspicion that it was a supernatural event. Chen, I'm now somewhat scared of the sea. I'm afraid that I will never be able to work in the coastal rescue team again. Fali was in a similar state as Daniel. The attack was truly a psychological trauma for her. I'll settle the problem, Qin Zhao assured. Nevertheless, it was really a troublesome problem. The key was that Qin Zhao had no experience of locating evil spirits. After some consideration, the only person that Qin Zhao could think of was Sienna. Sienna, Qin Zhao called Sienna's phone. Chen, do you know that staying up late is the most damaging thing to a lady's body? Do you want to earn money? Sienna was wide awake at once. What is it? Fali was attacked by evil spirits today. Is she alright? She's just a bit scared. What do you want me to do? According to her description, she was probably attacked by a roaming ghost ship in the sea. Ghost ship? I'm no match for a ghost ship. Are ghost ships very difficult to deal with? Do you know how my teacher died? How? 20 years ago, a ghost ship appeared at West Coast. My teacher formed an alliance of 13 witches, but in the end, they all died in the sea. Are ghost ships really that scary? Yes. The biggest problem is that ghost ships hide in the sea most of the time. Do you have a way to find or track them? If you really want to fight against a ghost ship, you better prepare for the worst. I don't need you to fight it with me. Just tell me if you have a way of locating it. Let me think about it. How much money will I get? 10,000. Deal. I just need to find the ghost ship, right? Yes, you don't have to battle with the ship. Sienna was a spiritualist, a supposedly comfortable and high-paying occupation, but everyone who knew her also knew how poor she was. All right. I'll inform you if I find anything. The next day. After washing up, Chen Zhao knocked on Fali's door. Fali, are you awake? Come in, Fali said from inside the room. When Chen Zhao entered the room, he realized that Fali still looked rather pale. She had yet to recover from the incident. How do you feel now? Not good. I'm going out later. Help me to take care of Black Ma and White Ma. Oh yeah, White Ma's injured, Chen Zhao said. White Ma's injured. By who? He was attacked by a shark in the sea yesterday. Is he alright? I've already treated him. It's not fatal, but he won't be able to do vigorous exercise in the next few days. Sure. Leave him here. I'll take care of him. Then, Chen Zhao left the house, bringing only Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie with him. Chen Zhao went to the fitness center for his boxing class. Gaia's class was strict as usual, but Chen Zhao was gradually getting used to it. Unlike the first few sessions, Chen Zhao was now able to block or counter some of Gaia's attacks. This meant that Chen Zhao's boxing ability had improved significantly. Nonetheless, how well he could perform in an actual fight was another issue altogether. In the face of danger, Chen Zhao might not even be able to react in time. The biggest difference between amateur fighters and professional fighters was their reaction to danger. Chen Zhao's greatest advantage was his physical fitness, but he needed practice on his reaction speed. Chen, that's the end of today's lesson, Gaia said. To be honest, Gaia already found it somewhat tiring to teach Chen Zhao. She had experienced for herself how good Chen Zhao's stamina and strength were. In the past, she could counter Chen Zhao's attacks with her skills. However, as Chen Zhao also became more skillful, she was no longer able to deal with him that easily. She taught Chen Zhao mainly free sparring. Because she was larger in size than Chen Zhao, she was less agile. She had no advantage in speed, and definitely a disadvantage in strength and stamina. Chen, be prepared. Next time, I'll arrange an assessment for you. What assessment? I'll find a few experts in sparring. You'll have to fight against them at the same time. Chen Zhao was speechless. Is that really necessary? You don't want to waste the money you gave me, do you? In the afternoon, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house to give his daughter Norman's her slimming session. When Norman saw Chen Zhao, she clearly did not seem happy. Normans, let's start. Did you cast a spell on me? Why didn't I have any appetite since last night? You need evidence to say something. If you don't have any evidence, stop accusing me. If you don't explain everything clearly, don't expect me to cooperate. Are you hungry now? Chen Zhao looked at Norman's with a smile on his face. Rubbing the extra meat on her belly, Norman's face darkened. You wicked wizard. All right. Stop bitching and start exercising. Norman's gritted her teeth and stared at Chen Zhao. In the end, she still gave in. After Beelzebub returned her appetite, she started to feel starved. She really wanted to be unyielding and say that she would not cooperate, but she simply could not. Can I eat after I run a kilometer? No. 1 kilometer and you only get an apple. What? No way. Do you want me to die of exhaustion? If you don't run, you won't even get an apple. Doman stood at the windows, watching his daughter and Chen Zhao run around the lawn. Norman's cursing could be heard from miles away. Doman did not know whether he could be happy or sad. Chen Zhao had been running just in front of Norman's. Mean, shameless, perverted, abject fool, bastard, trash, Norman's cursed. Before she even finished 1 kilometer, she was already covered in sweat. Chen Zhao slowed down and ran beside Norman's. Norman's, speaking continuously as you run will only make you expend your energy quicker. Isn't that exactly what you want? You bastard. Of course. Please cuss me louder, I beg you, Chen Zhao taunted. After 1 kilometer, Norman's actually showed no sign of stopping. How much do I have to run in order to eat grilled meat? 10 kilometers. That's not possible. You're just giving me an unrealistic goal. So you should stop having unrealistic thoughts too. Chapter 184, It's Dieting and Torture. Chapter 184, It's Dieting and Torture. Most people wouldn't be able to run 10 kilometers, let alone Norman's. She was around 280 pounds. This was like running with weights. 1 kilometer was already enough exertion for her. 2 kilometers was probably her limit. Chen Zhao's requirement was clearly too much. Just running didn't actually have a big effect. It mostly exercised the muscles and fat on the thigh. The most effective way to lose weight was actually swimming. It used every muscle in the body. If she wanted to lose 160 pounds in a month, she had to exercise crazily. Of course, she couldn't do too much in the first 2 or 3 days. Her lazy habits resulted in her body's inertia. Once she started exercising, her muscles would accumulate lactic acid, causing soreness, weakness, and pain. The body could recover by itself though. After becoming accustomed to the exercise, the body would get used to it and adjust to the optimal state. This had nothing to do with fitness. It was the same for extremes of the scale, nerds and athletes. Even athletes had to go through recovery training if they hadn't exercised in a long time. Fatties were the same. They could get used to the intensity of exercise. Plus, fatties had more fat to burn. They might not be able to exercise continuously, but if they exercised every now and then, their endurance wouldn't be worse than professional athletes. The only difference was in willpower. An athlete obviously had very strong wills and couldn't be compared to a regular person, let alone a fatty who was used to a lazy lifestyle. This was why Chen Zhao had to force Norman's to move. Stop and rest, Chen Zhao said. Eat 2 apples to replenish your energy. That's it for today's exercise. I'm too tired to stand. Want a drumstick? Chen Zhao took a drumstick out. He'd gotten it from the kitchen. Norman's gulped, her eyes shining with hunger. She hadn't eaten meat in 2 days and now, Chen Zhao was chomping on chicken in front of her. What do I have to do? Swim freestyle for 1 kilometer. I can't swim. I asked your dad. You can swim. I heard that you were part of your school's swim team too. That was a long time ago. Do you think I can still swim like this? Fat will help you float better. Don't tell me you don't have the strength. I'll take it if you can get to 1 kilometer, no matter how you move your limbs. I don't have a swimsuit. Norman's chubby face actually looked embarrassed. It wasn't that she didn't have a swimsuit but that she didn't have one that fit. With her current figure, she wouldn't be able to fit in any one. I have one. Chen Zhao took out a swimsuit. He'd bought this supersized one before coming. You monster. If I have strength, I'll definitely rip you apart. You'll have strength after eating this apple, but I advise you to preserve your energy for the swimming. You think I'll give in to you? Chen Zhao wiped the grease on his hands. As you wish. Fine. 1 kilometer, right? After changing into the swimsuit, Norman's jumped into the water, causing huge splashes. The pool that Mr. Dorman had built in his home was a standard 50-meter pool. This meant that Norman's had to swim 20 laps to reach 1 kilometer. After Norman's got into the water, she looked at Chen Zhao. Don't forget, you have to swim with me. Fine. After changing, Chen Zhao also jumped in. Swimming with Norman's for 1 kilometer was nothing to Chen Zhao. He was twice as fast as Norman's. The girl discovered that Chen Zhao was very fast and had shocking endurance too. She started suspecting that he was a professional athlete. By the time she finished 2 laps, Chen Zhao had already done 3 or 4. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Zhao was having fun. He was completely immersed in his own joy of exercising. That asshole, Norman's thought. Is he showing off his fitness? She was angry for some reason and sped up. However, her large body gave her bigger resistance. It was harder to swim and used up more energy. Chen Zhao finished the kilometer happily in 10 minutes, but he continued to swim. By now, Norman's had only completed 6 laps because she had to rest every 50 meters. To be honest, she was jealous of Chen Zhao's lean body in the water. Once upon a time, she'd been like that too, but that relationship had destroyed her life. After some more swimming, Chen Zhao got out of the pool and sat beside Norman's. She'd only completed 10 laps. Swimming used up more energy than running. You asshole, why do you swim so fast? I need you to swim with me, not to show off your body. Okay, I'll continue to accompany you after you get into the water. That's better. Norman spent 1 whole hour on swimming 20 laps. By the time she got out, she sprawled on the side of the pool like a pile of dead meat. Get up and move around. Then Chen Zhao took out a scale. Come weigh yourself. Norman's got onto the scale. It displayed 295 pounds. Admittedly, the 2 days of intense exercise had been effective. She'd lost more than 12 pounds. However, Norman's base weight was too high. In the beginning, any bit of exercise would release the water in her fat, so her weight would drop quickly. In the later stages, the rate would be much lower. While the beginning released water, she would have to go through even more exercise to burn her fat later. Want to eat a whole chicken? Chen Zhao asked. Don't tell me to swim 10,000 meters. I couldn't do it when my weight was normal, let alone now. No need. You only need 2,000 more meters. 2 more kilometers and she could eat a whole chicken. This was a pretty big temptation for her. Okay, I'll do it. But if you can't do it, I'll reward you a drumstick according to the distance. Norman's was tricked, because after swimming another kilometer, she realized that she couldn't move at all. Her body had reached her limit. Her limbs didn't even feel like hers anymore. It was impossible to swim 2 more kilometers. Chen Zhao had figured out her limit and set up a trap for her. Chapter 185, You Have the Smell of Another Woman. Chapter 185, you have the smell of another woman. Here's your dinner list for tonight: an egg, 2 apples, and 1 chicken drumstick. Do you want me to starve to death? Do you know that I only ate 3 drumsticks yesterday? Do you want to see only a corpse when you come tomorrow? You can say no, Chen Zhao said casually. Just then, Mr. Doman approached them. Chen, has the training today ended? Yes. Why don't you stay here for dinner? No, I still have something else to do. All right then. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ms. Normans. Bastard, I hope that you'll get killed by a car the moment you step out of here. Normans cursed bitterly. Normans, shut up. Chen's doing all this for your health. Mr. Doman, forgive her. I won't remember it. Ms. Normans, be prepared for tomorrow, because there will be more exercises waiting for you. Bastard, bastard, bastard. This is revenge. Good luck. When Chen Zhao left the manor, he received a call from Yafen. Chen, are you free? Are you unwell? I've finished my parts in the movie. Can I see you? Yafen hinted. Sure. I'm already in Beverly Hills. I'll go there now. Thinking about Yafen's alluring body, Chen Zhao licked his own lips. He sped up and finally arrived at Yafen's place. Yafen passionately welcomed Chen Zhao in. Chen Zhao could finally use all his energy on Yafen. He quickly removed all her clothes and began the battle. Yafen shouted loudly in both pain and excitement. Chen Zhao's strength allowed him to explore various difficult postures with Yafen, which made her even more excited. Nevertheless, after climaxing continuously, Yafen started to beg Chen Zhao. However, Chen Zhao, who had yet to enjoy himself thoroughly, would clearly not let Yafen off so easily. They did it twice on the sofa, thrice in the bedroom, and once more in the bathroom. In the end, after showering, Chen Zhao carried Yafen out of the bathroom. The two of them lay on the sofa, lying in each other's arms. Yafen seemed somewhat lost. She had to admit that she was fully indulged in Chen Zhao's limitless stamina and advanced tactics. Chen, did you eat any medicine today? No, I don't need that. How long has it been since you last had sex? Chen Zhao smiled and remained silent. He had in fact just had one with Zola the day before. Chen, I don't really have any acting recently. Can you say something for me before Mr. Rasfa and Mr. Steven? Chen Zhao thought over it. Before he came here, he had already expected there to be a reason for Yafen to call him. I can, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. Of course. As long as you're willing to help. Chen Zhao would say something for Yafen, but he was unsure if it would help her at all. A movie would easily involve an investment of tens or even hundreds of $1 million. Actors had to undergo many layers of selection. Both their acting skills and appearance had to be outstanding. In addition, the competition between various movie companies would also determine the actors to some extent. Not a single person could easily determine the actor for an important role. Even the chairman of the company or the director of the movie could not. Rasfa might not have the final saying too. Moreover, Chen Zhao would not force Rasfa to help Yafen. After all, the relationship between Chen Zhao and Yafen was only on the physical level. Chen Zhao could help Yafen because of that, but it was not an obligation. He would only say something for Yafen if he could, and not force Rasfa to do anything. Chen Zhao knew this well, so did Yafen. No actress in Hollywood was a fool. Yafen wanted Chen Zhao to help, but even she was unsure whether it would work. Chen, do you still want more? Can you still take it? Of course, as long as you want. Then let's continue. Chen Zhao and Yafin had another tiring battle. Only then did they leave each other hesitantly. When Chen Zhao returned home, Fali was still preparing dinner. The moment Fali saw Chen Zhao, she said at once, "Chen, go and take a shower." "What? You have the smell of another woman. Is it?" Chen Zhao smelled his own arms. "How does it smell like?" "A woman's smell." "Is it that obvious?" "Yes. It's extremely obvious. You should clean yourself before coming home next time." By the time Chen Zhao finished showering, Fali had already finished making dinner. "Fali, I've asked Sienna to help find the ghost ship. Don't go to work the next few days." "Chen, why would the ghost ship target me?" "I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence." Chen Zhao was unsure as well. Fali had nothing special. At least this was how Chen Zhao felt. The only explanation was that Fali had really been unlucky. Just then, Chen Zhao heard a car stop outside his house. Very soon, someone knocked on the door. Chen Zhao trotted to the door and opened it. Pierce South was outside. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. Why is he here? Actually, Chen Zhao did not like Pierce, because he was a very clever businessman. Last time, David and he acted as if they were trying to kidnap Pierce. Chen Zhao did not say anything, but Pierce still managed to guess his identity. In fact, Pierce had even helped them to find the real culprits of the brewery fire, namely Treed and Winry. All in all, Chen Zhao instinctively did not really want to meet Pierce. A person who was too clever, such as Pierce, would usually be feared by others. "Mr. Pierce, how may I help you? Aren't you going to invite me in?" Smiling, Pierce looked at Chen Zhao. "I'm afraid that's inconvenient." Chen Zhao rejected Pierce's request at once. He was also telling Pierce his attitude and indirectly asking him to leave. Pierce smiled and did not mind Chen Zhao's attitude. "Mr. Chen, you killed Treed, right?" "What? I don't get it." "And you distributed Treed's gold to the victims' families. Am I right?" "Mr. Pierce, say what you must. If not, please leave my house." Chen Zhao was more direct this time. "Mr. Chen, I came here in a sincere attempt to cooperate with you. Do you treat your guests like this? I don't think there's anything for us to cooperate. If you want me to convince the residents here to allow you to open a chemical factory at the original brewery location, I'm afraid you're speaking to the wrong person. I don't know as many people in town as you might have imagined. Of course not for that, not to mention that I've already given the plan up. I came here for something else." Chapter 186, A Bit Too Big of a Reaction. Chapter 186, A Bit Too Big of a Reaction. "What's wrong?" Chen Zhao frowned at Pierce South. He found this guy strange. He was overly smart. Treat Pempton's wealth. Where does he have more wealth? You admit that you split his gold between the relatives of the victims. Pierce grinned at Chen Zhao. "I don't know what you're saying. If you don't need anything, please leave. Don't be so impatient. Listen to me. I'm not here for that. Who you give gold to has nothing to do with me, but I heard that you need money these days. You want to buy Mirror Lake and the land around it, right? Mr. Pierce, you're really informed. It's not that big of a secret. Many people know about it. I don't even have to try hard to find out. Are you here to flaunt your connections? Of course not. I told you that I want to work with you and find the rest of Treed's wealth. You mean that he split his gold in half? Not gold. The other half is the art he collected. You'll work with me if he has valuable collectibles? I don't believe that. Chen Zhao needed money, but his mind was still clear. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't share with others. Pierce was very clever, so he definitely wouldn't cooperate with just anyone. Pierce suddenly put a hand on Qin Zhao's shoulder. Feeling a stab of pain, he subconsciously punched Pierce's face. Ah! Pierce was thrown back. Ah, help. You want to kill me? His mouth was filled with blood and his teeth kept falling out. Qin Zhao glared at him furiously. What did you stab me with? Pierce held his mouth, face twisted in pain. Misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to tell you that I'm a wizard. I used the shadow sting to make you hurt a little. He didn't think that he would be attacked so fiercely just by proving his identity. Qin Zhao's punch had come too suddenly and heavily. Pierce didn't know how many teeth he lost. He'd thought that Qin Zhao was like him, a wizard. He didn't expect Qin Zhao would have such a big reaction and punch him. Hearing Pierce's words, Qin Zhao was taken aback. You're a wizard. Ah, it hurts so much, Pierce said painfully. God damn it, why did you use so much force? You attacked me suddenly. I reacted with my instincts. Qin Zhao's punch had been seriously strong. Pierce was lucky he didn't die. He didn't know how many teeth were left in his mouth though. He felt a breeze when he spoke. If you don't want to die, you better not do that again, Qin Zhao said with a dark expression. You're a wizard too, right? How come you're so strong? What's it to you? Fine, I'll tell you the truth. The other part of Treed's wealth is very valuable. It's worth millions, but I can't get it by myself, so I want to work with you. Why can't you get it? He did some stuff in the place he hid it. He set up a ward and I can't undo it by myself. Since you could defeat Treed, that means you must be stronger than him. If you join, we'll be able to get his stuff. Qin Zhao was tempted. Millions of dollars was a huge sum. However, he didn't completely trust Pierce South. After all, they weren't close. Pierce was a true fox. Qin Zhao didn't like interacting with these smart people. Where are the hidden items? How will we split the money? I'll take 80%. The remaining 20% is yours. Goodbye. Qin Zhao shut the door. Did Pierce think that he was poor and could only take his scraps? Wait, how about 70-30? Or 60-40, that's my bottom line. 50-50. If you accept it, we can keep talking. If not, then. Pierce looked at Qin Zhao with gleaming eyes. 50-50, but we're not going with the original price. We'll take turns choosing items after we get them, and whether you choose the valuable ones will depend on your own skills. How about that? Qin Zhao thought for a moment and instantly understood what this old fox was planning. Since he knew the item's value, it was likely he was familiar with the collection. He might have even seen the items before. He would know which ones were valuable and which ones weren't. He made this request so he could have a bigger advantage. I'll think about it, Qin Zhao said. But I'm curious. You're pretty rich too. Why would you risk it to get a few million? Don't make a few million sound like a small number. My net worth is only a few million. That factory isn't my own either. Also, most of the value comes from real estate. I'm rich, but I might not have as many savings as you. I have the chance to double my net worth now. The risk is worth it. I agree with your distribution method, but I need a safety net too. If the items I choose are less than 30% of the total value, then you must give me at least that much. Basically, Qin Zhao wanted to get more money but also stay safe. Okay. This plan was a compromise that they both accepted. Don't play tricks on me, Qin Zhao threatened. If you dare take it all for yourself, I'll kill you. Don't think nonsense. I live in the nearby town, so it's impossible for that to happen like we're in the movies. Plus, you've never killed anyone before. You don't look like it. Is it that obvious? Chen Zhao asked, deflating. Maybe I should act more aggressive. Okay, we've reached an agreement. I'll call you on the day. When are we doing it? I need to prepare, Pierce said. The time isn't right either. How long do I have to wait? The next full moon. What do I have to do to prepare? Nothing. I'll get everything ready. Chapter 187, A Familiar Face in Hell. Chapter 187, A Familiar Face in Hell. When Qin Zhao walked back into the house, Fali asked, "Who's that?" "Pierce South, the owner of that chemical factory. Also, he's a wizard." "Did the two of you argue?" "I saw you punch him." Instead of hiding anything from Fali, Qin Zhao told her about Pierce's intention to cooperate with him. Just then, Raymond climbed up Qin Zhao's arm and hissed. Fali could not understand Raymond, but Qin Zhao could. "Human, I have a friend who's ill. Come to my hometown and help me to treat him." "Will I get anything?" If it was Raymond who needed treatment, Qin Zhao would go to hell and help him for free. After all, Raymond had helped Qin Zhao a lot, although Raymond had still been unwilling to call him master. However, since it was someone else, the first thing that Qin Zhao thought of was his own benefit. "My friend is a true visioner. He has no territory. Even the sacrifices needed to summon you to hell will be from me," Raymond said. "Is he that important to you?" Qin Zhao asked. "Yes. He once gave me a pristine eyeball, which became my current left eye." "Chen, are you speaking with Raymond?" Fali asked curiously. "Yup," Qin Zhao nodded. "I'm going to my room now." While Fali envied Qin Zhao's ability, she could not understand Raymond at all. Feeling rather bored, she decided to go back to her room. Qin Zhao watched as Fali left the living room. Then, he asked Raymond, "What's a pristine eyeball?" A pristine eyeball can be placed at any part of one's body, and it'll function like an actual eyeball. However, the pristine eyeball will also change according to one's bloodline. "What changes are there?" "The left eye of my true body can cast the curse age. If I get one, how will I change?" Human bloodline cannot change the pristine eyeball, only demonic bloodlines can. If you can heal my friend, I can promise you for him that you'll get 3 pristine eyeballs. You can place it on your right hand. It should work given your right hand's gluttony bloodline. Alright. Summon me to hell then. Wait for a while. My true body in hell hasn't finished the preparation. Also, you'll have to be quick. I don't have that many sacrifices available, so you'll only be able to stay for 6 hours. Then let me prepare too. Does your friend have some kind of disease? I dunno. He's in a bad shape now. Qin Zhao was not very confident in treating demons too. Although the demonic medical book had various case studies, there were too many different types of demons. Even the book could not cover everything. Qin Zhao thought about it and asked, "Describe his symptoms." "A few of his eyes are blind. Also, vomiting and weakness." "How many eyes does he have?" "I don't know." "What? You don't know?" 100 plus, I suppose. Just then, Fali came out from her room and saw Qin Zhao packing his toolbox. "Chen, are you going out?" "Yup." "You have a patient?" "Kind of." "What do you mean by kind of?" Suddenly, Qin Zhao's body started to fade. "What's happening to you? Where are you going?" "I'm leaving for a day. Help me to take care of." Fali recalled that last time when Chris and Sienna came over, they told her that Qin Zhao had just disappeared right before them. Chen Zhao finally saw Raymond's true form, which was much bigger than Beelzebub's. He was a 30-meter-long gargantuan snake with 2 horns on his head. With a row of bony spikes on his back, he looked truly fearsome. Raymond. Human, here you are. Raymond lowered his body. Come up to my head. Raymond's head was not even as comfortable as Abito's. Because he slithered extremely quickly, his head kept moving up and down. It was really annoying. Chen Zhao had a hard time maintaining his stability while standing on Raymond's head, not to mention about sitting down. Chen Zhao had to hold on tightly to one of Raymond's bony spikes. The sulfur-filled air rushed against his face and he could hardly open his mouth. Soon, Raymond's trembling weakened. They had entered a desert. Chen Zhao noticed many souls buried beneath the sands. Occasionally, an incomplete soul would jump onto the surface, only to be engulfed again by the yellowness in the next instant. 20 minutes into the desert, Chen Zhao finally saw an enormous pit in the distance from Raymond's head. He estimated that the huge pit had a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. However, as they neared the pit, Chen Zhao realized that he was gravely mistaken. The pit was much bigger than he had imagined. The sand around the pit continuously flew down. Similarly, souls were dragged along the moving sand, eventually falling into the bottomless abyss. Raymond crawled to the edge of the pit. Chen Zhao's heart almost skipped a beat. The pit was not just wide, but also strikingly deep. It's the endless abyss, Raymond said. You didn't bring me here to enjoy the scenery, did you? Of course not. Raymond approached the very edge of the endless abyss and then climbed down the rough side of the abyss. While it seemed very risky at first, Raymond had in fact climbed this path countless times already. Hence, it felt rather stable. After over 100 meters of descent, they came to a small platform which led to a cave in the wall. The cave was very big, indeed much bigger than Beelzebub's house, although it was simple. It was tens of meters deep, which was sufficient for Raymond to move around freely. Raymond, are you still single now? Yup, Raymond answered emotionlessly, looking at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had originally thought that as a snake of desire, Raymond should already have a large family. Where's my patient? Wait. I'll bring him here now. As he spoke, Raymond moved his huge body away, leaving Chen Zhao alone here. Chen Zhao walked to the platform outside and looked down into the bottomless abyss. Suddenly, a soul fell from the sky and landed on the platform. Chen Zhao looked at the soul. Wait, isn't this the old witch Winry Gargamel? Old witch? Ha! It's you. Damn, did you fall to hell too? Despite being dead, Winry's soul was still rather complete, probably because of the fact that she was a witch. At least she still recognized Chen Zhao. From her look, it was evident that her immense hatred towards Chen Zhao had not decreased. Winry's soul suddenly started to expand. Meeting you here is the luckiest thing in my life. Why does this line sound so awkward? Chen Zhao's cheek twitched. He felt as if he had just been sincerely proposed. I'll tear you apart, and then devour your soul bit by bit. Ha! Given how rare it is to see a familiar face in hell, can't we just sit down, have a cup of tea, and forget about our conflict in the human world? Chen Zhao said, frustrated. Do you think that's possible? I am here all because of you. My hatred towards you is endless, just like the sand above this very abyss. Then have you thought about what if you still can't beat me? Chapter 188, I can't control my right hand anymore. Chapter 188, I can't control my right hand anymore. I won't be able to defeat you. This is hell. I don't need to be stuck in that rotting body anymore, and my power won't be restricted by time. I've also eaten my souls here. I am completely different from before now. Confidence is good, but have you thought about what will happen if you lose? I won't lose. How about you turn around and ask for my friend's opinion? Your friend. Winry Gargamel suddenly felt a huge shadow loom over her. She turned around and saw the most horrifying and hopeless scene in both her previous and current life. She'd heard from the spirits that wandered the area that this huge snake before her now was the Lord, a terrible demon lord. Winry had once seen this demon from afar when she'd first fallen into hell. Whenever Raymond ate, he would swallow some spirits in the desert and leave when he was full. Whoever was eaten by him, well, that sucked for them. Whenever Raymond appeared, all the other spirits would hide from him. Let me introduce to you my friend, Raymond Stees. Chen Zhao smiled at Winry. Human, how should I punish her? I don't want to kill her yet. I have some questions to ask. Raymond spat out a mouthful of acid onto Winry. She immediately started screaming as smoke rose up from her body. She fell to the ground in pain. Are you sure this won't kill her? Chen Zhao asked with some regret while looking at Winry. This is how I store my food. My numbing poison will seal off her consciousness and she won't rot. It's like how you humans use refrigerators. Okay. Chen Zhao saw a 10-foot-tall figure beside Raymond. Of course, this figure was quite small compared to Raymond. This demon had brown skin, a bald head, long and sharp ears, and a pair of canines poking out of his mouth. He had the skin of an unknown beast on his back while there were various slits on his bare skin. These slits were all eyelids, opening and closing, they were eyes. Chen Zhao counted. This demon had at least 100 eyes. Hello. Are you the true visioner? Hello, living lord. I am the true visioner Laos, the demon said. His voice was weak. I'll check your body. While checking, Chen Zhao asked a few questions. Have you done anything special or ran into anything recently? Last time, I accidentally ate a mutant flower and was bedridden for a whole month, but that was half a year ago. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Hell flowers were poisonous and harmful even to demons. What could a mutant flower cause? He wasn't sure, he had to do more research. He discovered that one eyeball on Laos' back was completely bloodshot. Laos, can you still see with this eye? That eye doesn't work anymore. Afterward, Chen Zhao discovered several eyes on Laos that had similar symptoms. He reached out and pressed the area around the eyes and finally found what was wrong. The capillaries on the eyes weren't capillaries at all. They were the roots of a plant. Chen Zhao took a stethoscope out and listened carefully to the inside of Laos' body. There's something living inside you, Chen Zhao said. Really? Can you do anything about it? It was common to have parasites in hell. The host and parasite would often live together because neither could do anything to the other. However, some parasites were more invasive and more harmful to the host. The parasite in Laos right now was obviously the more invasive and aggressive ones. If it couldn't be removed in time, Laos may be sucked dry by it. I need to operate on you and physically remove the parasite. You can do whatever necessary to remove that damn thing from me. One of the disabled eyes suddenly opened and shot a laser at Chen Zhao. His right hand went out of control. The mouth of Glutton on his palm opened and the ray shot into the mouth. Chen Zhao retreated hurriedly in fright. Laos, Raymond said, upset. Why did you attack the human? I didn't do that. I lost control of that eye long ago. That parasite has a mind, Chen Zhao analyzed. I think it sensed my intentions, so it attacked me. Laos, seal the eyes you can't control. Otherwise, the human can't do surgery. Okay. When I get that thing out, I'm going to rip it to shreds. It took a lot of effort to seal the uncontrollable eyes. Raymond helped a lot during the process too. Leos was numbed by Raymond's toxin too. Raymond, give me some of your anesthetic toxin later. Surgery begins. If it was a human, Chen Zhao wouldn't perform surgery in such an environment. However, his patient was a demon this time. He couldn't send a demon to a hospital surgery room, after all. He had to deal with the difficulties under these conditions. Of course, he had to do everything that was possible. For example, he still disinfected his tools to prevent the patient from getting an infection. When the sharp knife slit Leo's stomach, the brown skin opened up like a zipper. Chen Zhao looked at Leo's innards. There was an obvious thing hiding in the center of his organs. It looked like an octopus. If the parasite invaded a human, he'd probably be sucked dry quickly. Only demons could survive this long with their strong vitality. Holding a syringe, Chen Zhao cautiously approached the parasite. The moment that he was about to inject the needle, two tentacles suddenly stuck onto Chen Zhao's arm. He tried to take his hand back, but he couldn't anymore. The mouth of Glutton on his hand opened up again. When it bit onto the parasite, Chen Zhao panicked. Don't eat everything. Open your mouth. Leos got food poisoning from it. Do you want that to happen too? But the mouth of Glutton didn't listen at all. It started swallowing with all its might. Chapter 189, I have eyes on my right arm. Chapter 189, I have eyes on my right arm. Noticing Chen Zhao's anxiety, Raymond quickly comforted, human, relax. Gluttony subordinates can digest anything. They're the only demons that won't be infested. Hearing Raymond's words, Chen Zhao calmed down at once. Can I digest it? Great. Don't eat me. Don't eat me, the parasite screamed in horror. I'm afraid begging now is too late already. The parasite had also been affected by Raymond's venom, so its struggle was very weak. Its tentacles attached onto Chen Zhao's arm like an octopus, but it could not hurt Chen Zhao at all. Parasites needed a host precisely because they could not survive in the outside world by themselves. It was an unbreakable law of nature, whether it was in the human world or in hell. The mouth of Glutton had already swallowed half of the parasite's body. Just then, the tentacles attached to Leo's organs and flesh also became inactive. Chen Zhao pulled his hand and the entire parasite was drawn out of Leo's abdomen. The parasite struggled wildly, dragging a few of Leo's eyeballs out at the same time. The eyeballs were attached to the end of the tentacles. As the mouth of Glutton finally devoured the parasite, it swallowed the eyeballs too. However, the next moment, a few eyes opened on Chen Zhao's arm, one after another. There were 5 eyes on his arm and 1 on the back of his hand, making a total of 6. What the actual fuck? Am I infested? Chen Zhao wanted to cry but had no tears. It seemed like he would have to perform surgery to his own arm later. The mouth of Glutton was really too greedy and ate everything. Anyway, it was not the time to think about all this. Chen Zhao still had to stitch Leo's abdomen. After the operation, Chen Zhao stared at Raymond with much resentment. Didn't you just say that gluttony subordinates can't be infested? Look at the eyes on my arm. I've already been infested by that parasite. Do you feel anything different? Huh? I don't think so. So stop scaring yourself. Gluttony subordinates have very powerful digestive systems. Those fat pigs will many a time devour other demons and obtain their abilities. Clearly, the mouth of Glutton on your arm has eaten the parasite and obtained the eyes. So I'm fine. Yes. Really? Yes. Puff. I almost had a heart attack. Chen Zhao heaved a long sigh of relief. He tried to control the eyes, but they did not open, or rather he could not open them. Chen Zhao felt annoyed again. How are they useful if I can't even fucking control them? When the mouth of Glutton disappeared, so did the eyes. Chen Zhao decided to ask Jessica later how to control the mouth of Glutton. Currently, it would appear whenever it wanted to and disappear otherwise, which Chen Zhao really hated. After the paralytic effect of Raymond's venom ended, Leos woke up. Despite having lost a few eyes, Leos was clearly elated. After all, he had over 100 eyes and losing a few was really no big deal. He felt that he had fully recovered. The heaviness that had been bothering him for a long time was finally gone. Living Lord, thank you for your help. Please, take my gift. Leos very readily gave Chen Zhao the pristine eyeballs that he had prepared. He took out a bottle filled with some liquid, in which 3 eyeballs were floating. Chen Zhao found this journey to hell pretty rewarding. The pristine eyeballs could be used on anyone, whether it was a demon or a human. Human, what do you plan to do to this witch soul? Raymond asked. Do you want her? I need someone to clean this place. It's hard to meet such a complete soul, you know, Raymond said. Then I'll leave her here after questioning her. Winry Gargamel woke up slowly. She really hoped that it was but a dream. However, her clear awareness told her that Raymond and Leos before her were real. Chen Zhao's mocking smile only deepened her hatred. Winry Gargamel, I have a few questions for you. Answer them well and I'll forget about what happened in the human world. Otherwise, Chen Zhao turned his head and glanced at Raymond and Leos. Raymond opened his mouth and helped Chen Zhao to intimidate Winry. While Leos was not as big as Raymond, as he opened all his eyes, Winry realized that she was being stared at by a dense group of eyeballs. Winry instantly peed her pants, if she could still pee. What questions do you want to ask me? Let me go. I'll tell you everything. Raymond needs a servant. If you answer my questions well, you'll stay here and help him. If not, I think Raymond won't mind having you for dinner. What do you want to know? Where's Treed Pempton? I suppose he's in hell too, right? Treed. He's already been sacrificed to Lord Besta. His soul is gone forever. Is Besta the large octopus that appeared last time? Yes. To Winry, Sleeper Besta was the master she had served for her whole life. Even after she died, she still held this belief. However, Chen Zhao had easily summoned a few demons and defeated Besta. Therefore, Chen Zhao was as formidable to Winry as a god. It seemed reasonable that Chen Zhao called Besta an octopus. Do you know where Treed hid his properties? Yes. He changed them to gold and hid it under the Mirror Lake waterfall. What about the rest? He also has some other properties in the form of artwork. Do you know where he hid them? I didn't even know that he has those. Raymond, do you have a way to make her painful? My corrosive venom can dissolve her soul bit by bit, Raymond answered. I really didn't know. Winry almost burst into tears. It was the first time in her life being so honest, but nobody seemed to believe her. Living Lord, I don't think she's lying. My eye of truth has been staring at her. If she's lying, I would know. I really don't know. I only know that Treed exchanged his properties for gold. I didn't know that he secretly hid some of his properties. Which means you're useless now, right? Chen Zhao squinted and stared at Winry. Wait. I remember. A few years ago, Treed asked me to create a ward for him. Perhaps he hid the things there. Chapter 190, Gaia's Classes, Get Beaten Studiously. Chapter 190, Gaia's Classes, Get Beaten Studiously. Chen Zhao received a lot of information from Winry, who remained with Raymond afterward. Chen Zhao spent 6 hours in hell. Raymond and Beelzebub were similar in power, but their statuses were still different. Beelzebub was like a feudal lord with a couple of acres of land. Raymond was a bachelor who lived by himself. Of course, they were both better off than the silly twins. At least, Raymond wouldn't go hungry and he ruled over the endless bottomless. There was an endless supply of souls in the surrounding desert. If he was hungry, he could go over and have a meal. When he was tired, he could go lay down at home and sleep for a few years. His days were comfortable. He never had to worry about going hungry or if he could survive tomorrow. On the other hand, the silly twins were truly homeless demons. If Chen Zhao hadn't summoned them, they'd probably still be living their hard lives. The sun hadn't risen yet, so Chen Zhao went to sleep. In the morning, Chen Zhao heard the sound of the door opening and saw Fali enter in his daze. "Chen, you came back last night." "Yeah." "Where did you go?" Fali pressed. "Did you go somewhere mysterious? Are there a lot of people like you?" She was extremely curious about Chen Zhao, because he disappeared right before her eyes last night. She couldn't sleep at all. She needed to get an answer from Chen Zhao. "Yes, but I can't tell you where it is." "Is your group secretly protecting Earth? Stopping evil from invading?" "Since you guessed it, don't say it out loud." "Really? You're a guardian of the Earth. Are there a lot of people like you?" "Actually, I'm the only one on Earth. I'm responsible for protecting it." "You protect Earth alone. Are you an alien?" Chen Zhao pursed his lips. He didn't continue because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep bullshitting. You needed 1,000 lies to make up for one lie. That saying was completely true. Faced with a curious George like Fali, Chen Zhao felt even more troubled. "You can't tell me." "All right, I'll stop asking." A moment later, Fali continued, "Being a doctor is just your alias, right?" "It's my job," Chen Zhao said, rolling his eyes. "Do you need an assistant?" "I suddenly feel like being with you is more meaningful than with the coastal rescue team." "I don't need an assistant." "Please, being with the coastal rescue team is meaningful too. But I want to protect Earth like you." "Earth doesn't need me to protect it. If aliens invade someday or a meteorite falls, then it'll need me. I just need to be a good doctor right now." Fali was about to reply, but Chen Zhao waved his hand. "Don't ask when aliens will invade or when a meteorite will fall." "I don't know." Okay." Fali obviously wanted to ask that question. Chen Zhao suddenly regretted exaggerating like this. Once the truth was exposed, it would be really awkward. Breaking free from Fali, he rushed out without eating breakfast. Seeing Chen Zhao, Gaia walked out of the office. "Chen, how are you today?" "I'm fine." "Why?" Chen Zhao loosened up his muscles. He'd only slept for 4 hours, but he was clear-headed. "I told you yesterday that I'll give you a small test. Did you forget? If I say I'm in a horrible shape today, can I delay the test?" "No," Gaia said emotionlessly. "Go put on the protective gear. The people I invited are almost here." Chen Zhao put on his gear. A while later, the skilled fighters that Gaia invited arrived. Some were amateur enthusiasts, some were professional fighters, while others had practiced medium-weight boxing before. Gaia introduced everyone to Chen Zhao. This was a test, not a competition, so everyone put on protective gear and gloves. This way, no one would accidentally get hurt while fighting. People that Gaia thought were skilled would definitely be skilled. This was why Chen Zhao took things seriously. The 5 fighters were serious as well. They were very familiar with Gaia and all 5 of them had been invited at once to test one student. This showed how much importance she placed on this. Chen, we're coming. The 5 fanned out and stood around Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao walked out first. Waving his fist, he went for a black man. The other 4 snatched the opportunity to attack him at once. In a blink of an eye, he was hit 3 or 4 times. It hurt even with the protective gear. Chen, get it straight, Gaia called from under the ring. You're facing 5 people, not 1. Don't attack at random. Even with Gaia's reminder, it was still hard to counter all 5 fighters. They weren't hooligans from the streets. Each of them could take on 3 opponents at once. It was unavoidable for Chen Zhao to get beaten up while the other 5 were untouched. Gaia kept giving him reminders from below the ring, what to do, how to attack, and how to defend. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhao finally hit someone, but it was only 1 punch. When he walked out of the ring, it felt like his bones were about to fall apart. It felt like when he'd gotten beaten up on his first meeting with Gaia. Chen Zhao tossed his gear down and fell onto the ground. So, you're really disappointed, right? At that moment, the black fighter came down too and patted his shoulder. You did good. I was beaten up by you guys the entire time. That's good. There's 5 of us and 1 of you. Isn't it good enough that you could last for 20 minutes? When I got tested last time, I faced 3 guys and got flattened in less than 10 minutes. It was fate, Joma, and a pace. I just covered my head the whole time and was too scared to even punch. How about it? Gaia looked at Chen Zhao. Do you still think you're bad? Are you saying that I'm powerful now? Not that powerful, but at least you're undefeatable in taking hits. Even if I go up, I won't be able to last more than 10 minutes. So I'm powerful. If it was me, I wouldn't let myself get hit for 10 minutes. I'll take care of the fight in 10 minutes. I don't want to compete with you, monster. It's too damaging to my self-esteem. Chapter 191, It Feels Totally Different to Beat 5 Weaklings. Chapter 191, It feels totally different to beat 5 weaklings. Chen Zhao had long given up his plan to take revenge on Gaia. Finding this human-shaped T-Rex for revenge was equivalent to committing suicide. It was only a small test today. When the entire boxing course ended, there would still be a real test. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's manor. What a lovely day it is. Smiling, Chen Zhao stared at Norman's. Norman's face immediately darkened, not because she was ill, but just because she saw Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao looked at Norman's. Let's start the training today. I'm too hungry to exercise. Norman's lay on the lawn, deliberately disobeying Chen Zhao's instruction. 1 kilometer run, 1 chicken drumstick. Chen Zhao threw his bait. Norman's immediately stood up. The day before, she only got 1 drumstick after swimming for a kilometer, but today it was just running. Clearly, running was the easier of the 2. Swimming for a kilometer was really too tiring for her. But there's a condition. You have to run for 3 kilometers straight and you get 3 drumsticks. If you can't finish the entire journey, I'll only give you the corresponding number of apples. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Norman's gritted her teeth firmly. This bastard is indeed mean and shameless. Norman's thought of all the cuss words she knew and used them on Chen Zhao. How much distance do I have to run if I want a whole chicken? Swim for 3 kilometers, Chen Zhao said. Why do the rewards for swimming and running differ so much when they're both 3 kilometers? You were in your school's sports team, so you should know well that swimming and running use very different amounts of energy. Then let's run first, Norman said. Of course. Let's go. I don't want to run here. Let's run on the street. Up to you. Considering Norman's self-esteem, Chen Zhao had been training her in the manner. Since Norman's wanted to go outside herself, Chen Zhao would obviously not stop her. The two left the manor and ran on the road by the sea. Beelzebub ran behind them. Actually, his stamina was comparable to Chen Zhao's. Bastard, slow down and talk to me. Chen Zhao slowed down. Do you still have additional energy to speak? After just a few hundred meters, Norman's already started to feel tired. She was too heavy, after all. Every step she took would consume a significant amount of her strength. Asshole, if you stop the slimming course, I'll give you more money. Mr. Doman has already told me about this scenario earlier. Your pocket money every month is only 10,000, so I'm certain that you can't give me more money than your dad, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Asshole. Norman's cursed, gritting her teeth. Just then, someone approached them from the front. It was Daniel. He was also wearing a set of loose sportswear and running, his body already covered in sweat. Seeing Chen Zhao, Daniel approached him. Chen, what a surprise. What are you doing here? Work. Chen Zhao did not stop. Daniel turned around and ran beside Chen Zhao. He continued, aren't you a doctor? Chen Zhao pointed at Norman's, who was over 10 meters behind them. My current work is to slim her down. Ha! Norman's. Hey, Daniel. Norman's and Daniel clearly knew each other. They greeted each other. Norman's, is Chen your slimming coach? A great choice. I didn't want this asshole here. It's all my dad. Do you know how vicious he is? Do you know how little I've eaten in the past 3 days? Less than what I would normally eat in an hour. Look at my belly. It looks so deflated. Norman's complained. This means it's working. I don't need any slimming. But I really hope that you'll become the charming woman you once were, and not like this. What? I don't believe that she was even once beautiful. Chen Zhao twitched his lips, his face filled with contempt. Actually, he had seen photos of Norman's in the past. She was indeed once pretty. I don't need you to believe anything. Norman's widened her eyes at Chen Zhao. Let's run together, Daniel invited. Chen Zhao remained silent. Daniel looked at Beelzebub, who had been running alone at the back. Is White Ma all right? Recovering well, Chen Zhao answered. Oh yeah, White Ma is that enormous white dog, right? Why didn't you bring him any more after that day? What happened? He was bitten by a shark, Daniel said. You have no idea how brave Chen was. That day, White Ma and Black Ma were playing in the sea. When White Ma was attacked by the shark, Chen charged into the sea and fought with the shark. In the end, he even killed the shark. I didn't do much. Black Ma bit the shark to death. I checked the shark's carcass. Its gill was severely injured. Black Ma couldn't have done that. Norman's looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. She did not expect him to have such a brave side. Nevertheless, she would not show it. It must have been a baby shark. Of course not. It was an adult tiger shark that's 5 meters long and 600 kilograms heavy. It's indeed a top predator. You have no idea how dangerous the situation was. Daniel surely admired Chen Zhao a lot. At least he was not brave enough to fight with a tiger shark in the sea. To him, it was almost like committing suicide. However, Chen Zhao actually did it in order to save his pets. Norman's clearly knew how fearsome an adult tiger shark was. In fact, tiger sharks even dared to attack whales. My grandpa even made that tiger shark into a specimen. Chen, when you're free, you can go there and take a look at your own trophy. Sure. I'll go there if I'm free. Suddenly, a small truck appeared behind them. A few gangsters jumped down from the truck, all of them holding baseball bats. Their leader pointed at Chen Zhao with his bat directly and said, "He's the one." "Do we know each other?" Chen Zhao was flabbergasted. "Beat him up." The few gangsters leaped towards Chen Zhao right away. Crash! One of the gangsters managed to strike Chen Zhao's shoulder with his baseball bat. Chen Zhao kicked out in pain. The gangster flew backwards directly. Filled with anger, Chen Zhao lifted his arm and punched at the gangster who ran towards him again. Immediately, the gangster's baseball bat was broken into two. Chen Zhao threw a left uppercut and the gangster collapsed onto the ground. And then fell the second, third, fourth, and last gangster. The 5 gangsters were on a completely different level as the 5 experts Chen Zhao had fought in the morning. Against the 5 fighting experts, Chen Zhao could only try to block their attacks. However, against the 5 gangsters, Chen Zhao managed to subdue all of them in less than 3 minutes. Chapter 192, Extra Practice Today. Chapter 192, Extra Practice Today. The 5 hooligans lay in a mess on the ground. Chen Zhao rubbed his shoulder. It hurt from the first hit by the baseball bat. He could overlook the other attacks. Daniel looked at Chen Zhao in shock. Norman's expression was a bit unnatural. Chen Zhao lifted one guy up. "Who told you to come?" "Don't know." The man was tight-lipped. Chen Zhao grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it forcefully. The man let out a pained cry, but he still didn't say anything. Chen Zhao let go of the wrist. It wasn't like he would actually shatter the bone. He tossed the man onto the ground. They'd been taught enough of a lesson. These guys were also certain that Chen Zhao couldn't kill them. After all, people had already called the cops. This was Beverly Hills. Plus, Chen Zhao guessed from Norman's reaction that these guys attacked him under her orders. A few minutes later, a police car came, sirens blaring. Daniel voluntarily explained the situation to the cops, saying that they'd been attacked. He and Norman's were both residents. What were the people who could live here like? The police obviously knew, so they didn't need Daniel to explain further. They naturally knew what to do. After all, Beverly Hills had their own police department and were the fastest at dispatched officers in all of L.A. They were the bodyguards for these rich people. The police took the 5 hooligans away soon after. "Chen, are you hurt?" "No." Chen Zhao shook his head. "Normans, let's continue." Are you sure you can still run?" Norman's chubby cheeks quivered. "Of course. I can run 10 more kilometers." Chen Zhao sneered. "Your training plan today is to run 10 kilometers? What? Why?" Normans exclaimed. "You said we'll only run 3 kilometers. Because I got attacked, because I'm pissed off right now." He'd gotten beat up for no reason. Even though he'd won, he was still unable to be happy. "I'm not going to run even if you kill me." "Are you sure you're not running?" "I'm sure." "Daniel, can you buy me some food?" "I'm hungry." Normans instantly felt hungry. "You asshole." Chen Zhao's tactic was the pettiest. Eating in front of her when she was hungry was more painful than death. What was more painful than eating before a fatty and not letting her eat too? In the end, Normans gave in. Chen Zhao only gave her 1 bottle of water the entire time. Norman still forced herself to finish the 10 kilometers. On the other hand, Daniel glared at Chen Zhao with resentment. He'd been forced to run it all too. He was healthy, but 10 kilometers was a pretty big test to him too. Even Normans could run the 10 kilometers. If he gave up halfway, it would be too embarrassing, so he had to finish even if he died in the end. The most annoying thing was that Qin Zhao ate the entire time with a relaxed expression. Normans finally realized that Qin Zhao's fitness was much, much better than she'd expected. This asshole was a complete beast. However, it was also surprising to Normans that she could complete the 10 kilometers. This was unimaginable to her. She probably couldn't have run so much even when she was in shape. Normans looked at the bottle in her hands. Had something been added to the water? Qin Zhao had given it to her. She opened the bottle and sniffed, but there wasn't any odd smell. Can I get a roasted chicken for 10 kilometers? Normans looked at Qin Zhao. No. 10 drumsticks. Normans started cursing at him again, but she accepted it in the end. However, she couldn't keep eating when she got to the 6th drumstick. She looked up at Qin Zhao. Did you do something to me? Qin Zhao wouldn't admit it even if he'd done something, but he replied matter-of-factly, don't blame everything on me. Intense exercise will cause gastric acid reversal. It's normal that you don't have an appetite. You forced me to run the 10 kilometers. Qin Zhao ignored her complaints. Are you done eating? If you are, then we'll run back. What? Run back? I'm not running. No, I need a car. If you don't run back, I'm going to tell your dad that you hired a gang to attack me. That's slander, you asshole. I have to go somewhere. Bye, Qin. Bye, Normans. Daniel escaped. He didn't want to get involved in Qin Zhao and Norman's fight. Even more, he didn't want to run 10 kilometers again. Normans cried while running. I'll kill you asshole one day. Don't forget. Drink some water if you can't run anymore. She was still crying by the time she reached the manor. Mr. Doman was already in hiding because he'd heard that his daughter cried on the way back. He didn't want to be the recipient of Norman's complaints. Plus, he thought that Qin Zhao was doing the right thing. At least, Normans had thinned obviously over these past few days. Are you done crying? Come weigh yourself. 279 pounds. She'd been 295 pounds when she'd weighed herself before swimming yesterday. This meant that she'd lost more than 15 pounds from the nearly 2 kilometers of swimming yesterday and today's 20 kilometers of running. Okay, let's swim. You only completed half of your tasks today. I don't have energy. Get up if you want to eat dinner tonight. Qin Zhao had to intensify Norman's daily exercise because as she lost more fat and water, the speed of losing weight would slow down too. He could only maintain the current speed by increasing her exercise. Norman's was practically dragged to the pool. Qin Zhao wasn't the type to go easy on girls. Plus, Norman's wasn't a girl, she was a monster. Qin Zhao only gave her enough food to maintain her health. She couldn't get anything more than that. After swimming 10 kilometers, Normans discovered how shocking her endurance was. This was impossible. What was 10 kilometers for swimmers? Less than 1 in 1,000 people in the world could do it. Even most professional swimmers wouldn't be able to accomplish it. And yet she did it with her 279-pound body. She felt that Qin Zhao must have done something to her. Chapter 193, The Value of Artwork. Chapter 193, The Value of Artwork. Mr. Qin, why don't you stay here for dinner? Mr. Doman invited. I would love to, but I really need to go home. Is your girlfriend waiting for you at home? Qin Zhao shook his head. I have something else. All right then. Here's my business card. If you need these things, you can call me anytime. Mr. Doman gave Chen Zhao an exquisite business card. Chen Zhao glanced at the card. Written on the front was Mr. Doman's full name, Frickley Doman. On the back was his company's name, Elena Art Appraisal, as well as a bunch of phone numbers. Mr. Doman, are you an art appraiser? We also provide auctions, Mr. Doman said. Can I ask you something about artwork? What do you want to know? What's the simplest way to tell if a piece of art is valuable? Firstly, its age. In principle, the older something is, the more valuable it is. Next, its rarity. For example, in 1798, the French king gave out Crown of France commemorative gold coins. Today, there are only 3 of them left, and each is worth over $1 million. In the same year, the Bank of England gave out Empire commemorative coins. Because many collectors have them, each coin is only worth 10,000. Mr. Doman was very professional in the field. Even though Chen Zhao only wanted a brief introduction, Mr. Doman still tried his best to tell him all he could about artwork. Chen Zhao could only understand some of it, because the rest were too technical. In fact, despite having spoken so much, Mr. Doman had merely scratched the surface of the field. It was obviously impossible to explain everything to an artwork newbie in just a day. Mr. Chen, if you want to know how much a piece of art is worth, the easiest way is to bring it to my company and get it appraised. Do not buy it before you know its value, Mr. Doman advised. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Doman. I have a book on art appraisal. You can read it when you're free. Thank you. Mr. Doman gave him the book and Chen Zhao accepted it. When Chen Zhao returned home, he realized that there was a guest. For was here. At the moment, she was helping Fali in the kitchen. For, why are you here? For glanced at Chen Zhao and stopped what she was doing. She followed Chen Zhao to the living room and stared at him with a judgmental look. Chen, what's your relationship with my sister? What do you mean? We're friends, and also housemates. What relationship do you want us to have? Chen Zhao was bewildered by the question. Just then, Fali walked out from the kitchen, carrying a plate of dish in her hand. She thinks that we're a couple. How about we make some progress tonight and break through our pure friendship? Chen Zhao laughed. Are you really just friends? For still did not believe them. After all, the fact that Fali was staying in the same house as a man already indicated that she did not hate him. Maybe she even liked him. Why can't we just be friends? Moreover, even if we are a couple, what are you going to do? Bless us or stop us? I only want to know the truth. That's all. So you're just here to find contents for gossip? Chen Zhao sat on the sofa and reached out his hand, grabbing himself a piece of meat from the plate. For frowned, but Fali was clearly already used to it. The fact that Chen Zhao could do so naturally and Fali ignored it showed that their relationship was certainly not that simple. For let her imagination run wild in her head. Anyway, she only believed what she saw and thought. Suddenly, Chen Zhao removed his shirt. For was shocked. What are you doing? I forgot that you're here. Chen Zhao also realized it, but since he had already taken his shirt off, there was no reason for him to put it back on again. This only confirmed For's guess that Chen Zhao and Fali had at least once seen each other naked. What happened to your shoulder? Were you beaten by someone? For saw the obvious bruise on Chen Zhao's left shoulder. My boxing coach accidentally punched me today during class. No. It's a bruise from a blunt weapon. Did your coach train you with a baseball bat? Help me apply some medication. Given Chen Zhao's physical strength, the gangster must have used a lot of force to leave such a bruise. As For applied some cream on Chen Zhao's shoulder, she also admired Chen Zhao's body. I didn't know that you're so strong. Then, she even peeked at Fali with the corner of her eye to see Fali's reaction. Unfortunately, Fali had seen Chen Zhao's body way too many times. She had in fact even seen Chen Zhao fully naked before. Just then, White Ma approached them with trembly movement. He carefully looked at Chen Zhao and For, after which he extended his paw and got himself a piece of meat. White Ma had already discovered that because he was injured, Chen Zhao and Fali were exceptionally tolerant to his actions. Realizing that White Ma had succeeded, Black Ma followed suit. Before he even reached out, however, Chen Zhao already kicked him away. Go away. Can't you see that we have a guest? Don't you know how to spell embarrassment? How did that white wolf get injured? Why is everyone beside me able to tell that they're wolves? They're too big, even for wolves. Even the largest dog can't reach their size. Black Ma and White Ma had a shoulder height of over 120 centimeters and weighed over 100 kilograms. They were clearly two powerful beasts. You haven't told me how he got injured. Bitten by a shark. That's unlucky. You mean he's lucky? At least he's still alive. I guess you're right. Having kicked by Chen Zhao, Black Ma was obviously dispirited. He took out some dog food by himself and then started eating at the door. Seeing Black Ma's extremely intelligent act, For could not help but laugh. She had never seen a dog which knew how to take a packet of dog food from the shelf, open it, and eat it. More importantly, Black Ma was a wolf. Sell me a dog. No way. Stop asking me this again, Chen Zhao answered emotionlessly. Don't forget that you owe me a favor. Please. You only helped me to analyze a blood sample. I can at most pay you the money for the analysis. Stop threatening me with this. Can't you tell I was joking? For widened her eyes at Chen Zhao. Do you know each other before? I didn't even know, Fali said, clearly implying something else. We weren't close. Met each other a few times during work, For quickly explained. She did not want her sister to misunderstand anything. Chen, are you still working as an illegal doctor? Why don't you get a medical license? It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Of course it's difficult. I've learned most of my medical knowledge in China, which is somewhat different from the one in America. If I want to get a medical license, I won't be able to work at all for half a year. Chapter 194, Lost Doom Star. Chapter 194, Lost Doom Star. For left, not staying for the night. After she left, Chen Zhao and Fali felt much more relaxed. It had been as if they were meeting the parents. For kept asking a bunch of questions, making them uncomfortable. Fali walked around the living room in her bra. Chen Zhao sat on the sofa in his boxers. He flipped through the art appraisal book. To be honest, most of the content was good at curing insomnia. He'd rather flip through medical books than this book. However, his hand stopped on the explanation on one page. It was a colored picture of the lost Doom Star. It was a huge black diamond. The caption also stated that this picture was made digitally. It wasn't the true lost Doom Star. The right page introduced the diamond. The Doom Star had been discovered in 1820 in Africa. It was 380 carats. The expedition team that had discovered this diamond had massacred the tribe that owned it. It had been 163 lives. When this bloodied black diamond was brought back to Britain, the most skilled artisan at the time turned it into a pendant. However, after the artisan completed the work, he lost both his hands in an accident. A noble received the pendant, but both he and his manor was lost in a fire. The pendant then fell into the hands of a prostitute. She was killed by her client. This pendant encasing the black diamond continued being passed on, but none of the owners had good endings. The name Doomed Star began spreading. In the end, no one dared to collect it. Finally, it was sent to the Royal Museum to be exhibited. However, the museum had a fire and the Doomed Star disappeared once again. In 1882, an American businessman bought it from a city rogue for $800. He planned on taking the Doomed Star to America. He was traveling on the brigantine Mary Celeste to New York. However, the Mary Celeste never reached New York. It disappeared in the Pacific Ocean. In 1883, a ship met the Mary Celeste in the ocean and the sailors even boarded the ship to look. The Mary Celeste was empty of people. The goods that were to be shipped were all intact. There were no signs of struggle. After checking, they also found that there was sufficient food and fresh water. Most of the food was still edible even though the ship had been lost for more than a year. However, the sailors and passengers had all disappeared. Not a single bone was there. This was also the Mary Celeste's last time appearing in everyone's eyes. No one ever saw it again. Some people claimed to have seen the ship, but these comments had no evidence, so that was that. Even now, some people claim to have seen the ship with some vintage and blurry pictures for proof. The Doomed Star also disappeared with the Mary Celeste. Chen Zhao picked up his tablet and searched for the Mary Celeste. Many pictures popped up. Most of them were pictures of an aged brigantine. One picture attracted his attention. This was a black and white picture from the 60s. It seemed to have been taken from a mile away. The brigantine in the picture looked very old. As if it had been fished out of the sea, there was a lot of seaweed on it and the entire ship was rotten. What are you looking at? Fali came to Chen Zhao's side and poked her head over. When she saw the picture on the tablet, Chen Zhao felt her arms shake. Is it this one? Fali nodded powerfully. Yes, this one. You found it. Walter had found a wooden board that said Mary on it. Do you know about the Doomed Star? Doomed Star? What's that? This. Chen Zhao handed the art appraisal book to her. Fali furrowed her brows. You really saw it before? I bought a pendant from a flea market before. The black diamond looks like this too, but it only costed $100. The seller and I both thought that it was a fake. Is it here? Wait, I'll go get it. Fali jogged to her room. A moment later, she took out a pendant. The black diamond on it really was the lost Doomed Star. Chen Zhao gasped. Black Moth suddenly started growling at Fali's pendant. Black Maw, what's wrong? Demon badge. It's a demon badge. Beelzebub also stood up, staring hard at the Doomed Star. Master, this demon badge has a powerful curse. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Turning to Fali, he said, Fali, I'm afraid you can't keep this lost Doomed Star. It will hurt you. Is everything true on the book? It has evil power. What should I do with it? Toss it. Give it to me, Beelzebub said immediately. I can eat it. Give me, Black Moth said. I can wear it. Its power is similar to mine. I can unleash its power. It was evident that he really wanted the Doomed Star. Is there a way to expel the power and keep the Doomed Star? Chen Zhao asked. Beelzebub and Black Moth shook their heads at once. Impossible. Chen Zhao looked at Fali. You have two choices now. Let Black Maw wear it or let Beelzebub eat it. Let Beelzebub eat it. Are you serious? He likes eating weird things. Chen Zhao shrugged. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was from Sienna. Chen, I discovered the ghost ship. Yesterday, some people on a yacht near Angel Beach recorded something and posted it online. It's the Mary Celeste. My teacher and a dozen witches died on that ghost ship. I advise you to give up. This ghost ship is scary. I'm afraid I have to face it, Chen Zhao said. This ghost ship is here for Fali. What? Fali bought something amazing. She used $100 to buy what she thought was a fake but is actually a 380-carat black diamond. This is what started it all. What? Sienna cried. Why don't I have this luck? Why? I feel pain. No, I can't breathe. Chapter 195, Launching the Attack First. Chapter 195, Launching the Attack First. Whenever Sienna thought about how Fali had gotten a 380-carat black diamond with just $100, she could feel herself go insane. It was such an expensive gem. If it was sold in an auction, it would probably cost hundreds of millions. If you're the one who bought the Doom Star instead, what will you do? Sell it away. Why not? You better search the history of Doom Star online. Then you'll get it. Chen Zhao started to devise a plan. Their main goal now was to eliminate the ghost ship, or Mary San Francisco. The only problem was that he had no idea whether the ghost ship had been targeting Fali or the Doom Star. If it was the Doom Star, Chen Zhao would just take the Doom Star and wait for the ghost ship to find him. However, if it was Fali instead, the situation would be much more troublesome. She had to either stay away from the sea for her entire life, or be the bait. Fali, give me the Doom Star. Let's see if the ghost ship will find me instead. Chen, Sienna just said that the ghost ship is very powerful. Let's not go and find it. Even if we don't look for it, it might continue to look for you. Do you plan to not go to the sea for the rest of your life? After brief consideration, Fali still gave the Doom Star to Chen Zhao. When are you going? Tonight, Chen Zhao said. So soon. Aren't you going to prepare? No need. You should at least for White Ma to heal. He might be able to help. He can't help. I won't need him anyway. Chen Zhao had already talked with Blackie, who said that he could settle the ship. Since Blackie said that there would not be a problem, it must be the case. However, Fali seemed to be somewhat lost due to Chen Zhao's abrupt decision. She wanted to follow him there, but did not dare to. The encounter with the ghost ship that night was indeed a psychological trauma for her. This time, Chen Zhao only brought Blackie with him and no demon else. Rasfa, do you have a contact number for any yacht rental companies? Yes. Are you going to rent a yacht? Yup. I have a yacht. You can come here. No, I don't want a big yacht like the one you have. I only need a normal one. Why do you need a yacht? A party. If it's a party, of course you need a big one. It's complicated. I might even damage your yacht. I don't want to pay that much money in case I destroy it. Give me the contact number of a yacht rental company. Chen Zhao was also unsure about how this mission would progress. Rasfa thought about it and said, I have more than just one yacht. In fact, I have a much smaller one that's been at a port for quite some time. It's rather old, but it can still be used. If you need it, I can give the yacht to you for free. Stop hesitating and just come here. That abandoned small yacht is only about $200,000 or $300,000. All right then. Can I operate it alone? Of course. It's not hard to operate a yacht. After all, if it's too difficult, nobody will buy it. Many rich people like to operate their own yachts and go out to the sea. Chen Zhao hurried to Rasfa's house. When he arrived, he saw Manny there too. "Hi, Manny. I don't want to speak to you, stingy cat." Manny turned around and left. Chen Zhao was confused. He could not remember offending Manny before. "Ha! Chen, look at the wall." Chen Zhao turned his head and saw a tiger shark specimen hanging on the wall. "Is that the shark which hurt White Ma?" In the specimen, the damaged parts had all been repaired. It looked like a real shark which was looking for a prey in the sea. Also the one which bit Daniel. "I didn't expect there to be such a killer in my beach." "Luckily, you killed it." "I didn't actually do much. Black Ma did most of the job." "Chen, here's the key to my yacht, Seek. I'll ask Paul to bring you there." "All right. The thing I have is somewhat urgent. I'll go now." "Sure. Be careful." Rasfa did not ask Chen Zhao to stay. Instead, he asked Paul to bring Chen Zhao to the port. When they reached the port, Chen Zhao realized that it was filled with yachts, many of which were waiting to be thrown away. There were almost 20 million yachts in America, while there were just over 300 million people. This meant that on average, every 15 people owned a yacht. Thus, cheap yachts were really very cheap. Some only cost 100,000. Nevertheless, when Paul brought Chen Zhao to the yacht Seek, Chen Zhao realized that he had been deceived. It was definitely not a yacht that was only 200,000 or 300,000. This yacht, which was waiting to be abandoned, cost at least $1 million. Even after considering depreciation, it could be sold at about 500,000 or 600,000. Seek was 22 meters long and had 3 floors, including the lower cabin. At the top of the yacht was an open-air platform. Inside the yacht, there were 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and 2 public restrooms. It was indeed a luxurious apartment. Paul followed Chen Zhao onto the yacht. "Chen, do you want me to stay here and help you operate the ship?" "Nope. Just teach me how to." "It's not hard, right?" "It's simple, don't worry. It's not more difficult than driving a car." "I can't drive a car. As long as you know how to use a tablet." This yacht has an autopilot function. The yacht's operation was indeed very simple. After over 10 minutes, Chen Zhao learned most of the things he needed. Then, Paul left the yacht and Chen Zhao set off. Chen Zhao also did not know where he should go. Anyway, he entered a random course and set the yacht on autopilot. He did not have to worry about anything else. Chen Zhao sat on the open-air platform and stared at the starry sky, waiting for the ghost ship to show up. However, waiting here and doing nothing was rather boring. Chen Zhao ran back into the cabin, looking for something to drink. Suddenly, a head stretched out from one of the bedrooms. "Manny!" Chen Zhao screamed. Manny turned his head and looked at Chen Zhao. The two stared at each other in silence. "Why are you on the ship?" Chen Zhao roared. "Why can't I be on the ship?" Manny pouted, unconcerned. "It's my grandfather's yacht. Do you know that there are some perverts who will find ways to get a girl out on the sea? After they're done playing with her, they'll throw her into the sea to feed the sharks." Looking at Chen Zhao's gloomy face, Manny shivered and stared at him in horror. "Are you that kind of pervert? Are you scared now? Why didn't you think of the consequences when you boarded the yacht?" "I just wanted to see why you're coming out to the sea." "Who would know that you're a pervert?" Manny cried in fear. Chen Zhao could not stop shaking in anger. He called Rasfa. "Rasfa, your granddaughter is now on the yacht. I have no idea when she hid here." "Ha! Manny's on the yacht. I'll return now and send her to the shore. Ask Paul to wait for her there." Chen Zhao ran into the cockpit, cancelled the original course, and then set the yacht to return. However, the operating system seemed to be dysfunctional. Despite trying for a long time, Chen Zhao could not finish the setup. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.